Hey everybody, it's the 19th of September 2024. I'm Scott Allen Miller. This is the live stream. It is Sutiava, Nicaragua live. Welcome to the show. Whew, it has been a long week. I'm exhausted. Today is tiring. We are having a Tonya to kick off the show. For those who are wondering what we're drinking, that's what we're having tonight. No one is on yet. I'll crack that open. And, oh my gosh, welcome to the show, everybody. Sorry we're a little bit on the late side. I guess it's not horrible this evening, but it is late. So glad that everyone is here and going to be joining and doing all the stuff. And, I have my veterinarian, Dr. Jorge, and he was just here, was not able to stay, but I talked to him and he says he thinks he's going to be able to join the show for the live stream next week, which would be really cool because I know a lot of people have veterinarian questions all the time. And it would be really nice to have a veterinarian actually come on the show and be able to answer you guys' stuff live so you can really dig into questions and stuff. So we're going to do our best to figure that out next week, though his plan is that he's going to be able to make it. So fingers crossed that works out, but I think he's going to be able to be here. So, what a day. So cool news for us. We've been working on this for a while. Finally, we have a second car just hours ago. And so I'm going to be able to, starting tomorrow, actually have some access to a car. Of course, tomorrow I'm super busy, so it doesn't make any difference. But in theory, going to be able to have a beer. And very soon be able to get out and go to a lot of places and events and things that I have not been able to go to because I have been so incredibly busy, for one thing, but also I never have access to a car, so I'm always waiting for a car. Sorry, button that up. And so that is a big thing here that is going to impact the show, also impacting the show for those who are hopping on early. We have this new, we talked about it last week, membership has been turned on. It is there. Some people have signed up. Thank you so much, everybody. It is the little join button down below. Certainly you don't have to do that, but if you want to, it is really cool. It allows you to subscribe, and basically it's a way to support the show. It doesn't give you lots of cool stuff. We are going to do a private chat room that will be cool, but it is going to be off-site. First of all, it's going to be on the secure Nicaragua platform. So for people who are doing that, we're going to have our own group on there that you can go and hang out and talk to people all the time from the show, discuss ideas and stuff, get a hold of me in real time and all that. Not that people can't get a hold of me now, so it's not super exclusive, but it is a cool place for the members to talk about the show and have some really good input. Basically, it's a way to support the show in a really simple form. So if anyone's interested in doing that, the button is there. That is what it is. Don't feel obligated, of course. And if it's something that is a hardship, certainly do not do it. But if it's something that you want to do, that tool is there for you now, and it is much appreciated. All right, I am here. I am reading. I think we got everything going on. Before anything else, tonight's picture is Fire at the Cheese Factory with the mice. Look for the mouse who's like, horror that the cheese is burning, with the mice firefighters putting it out. That is by my daughter Luciana. Thanks to her for making that. And Scott says, have a few. I will. This is actually my third. I've been having a few. I've been in a meeting with Dr. Jorge for a while. Jorge Quan says, hello, Scott. Hello, Jorge. Rob Stenator says, hey, Scott. Rob, good to have you here. Jorge says, nice cold Tonya. Yes, I need it after today. Nothing bad today. It's just busy. I've been doing, for the last 2 days, interviews with Paul Baker, the singing Scottish monk, for people who saw that episode. We're doing a follow-up because we didn't complete his story. He had some things he wanted to add and some music. I don't know when that's going to come out. I'm really backlogged, but we've been recording. Hopefully that worked out. I have not gotten to see any of it yet, so fingers crossed. And that is going on. Oh my gosh, we have a new member already. That is so cool. Wow. So it is apparently of some interest. That is awesome. Rob, welcome to the super secret exclusive membership of the site. That's pretty cool. It popped up on my screen like, you have a member. I'm like, what? What just happened? That is really cool. Sorry for my giddy excitement. Rob says, my wife was wondering about how easy it is to send mail from Nicaragua to another country, Canada in this example, whether it be small envelopes or somewhat bigger objects. The answer is hard. I honestly don't know how you do it. if you're sending an envelope, like I wrote you a Christmas card and I want to send it to you, or Christmas letter, those kinds of things, or just a letter, I suppose. There is, in theory, a post, right? There is this post system somewhere, theoretically, where you're able to go and send letters and receive letters. Never seen it, never heard of anyone using it. If Janet pops on, she may have a little bit of information about it. I hear that they've used it before. I don't know that I would trust that as a mechanism. But maybe, if you want to try it out, if it's not important, you just want to send some handwritten thing because it's personal, you could give it a try, just do another one if it doesn't make it, or send pictures of it or something. But for objects of any size, I think the thing you want to do, and I've not done this northbound, I've done it southbound, and we can talk about that on the show, is I'm just testing them out. I've done one time, and I didn't bring it in. I have a cool new toy that I could show you guys because it arrived. I mentioned it last week. I'll try to grab it as someone moves in or out. I thought I brought it in here, but I think I left it. Yeah, I did. I left it sitting out on the other table out of reach. But I have a new Rode Streamer X, which is similar to my broadcast board, but it's for podcasting. And not that it's a big deal, but I thought it'd be cool to show it because it's something that I sent through, and we have really concrete knowledge of exactly what it cost, exactly how it worked. But I'm checking out because Mike, who owns the Mexican restaurant in Las Piñatas, said to use Envios Fast Track. They're new, they're small, and they're super inexpensive. So I tried them out with air freight. It was great. It was great dealing with them. No problems at all on my side. Hopefully it continues to be good. I'm going to try them out again with maritime shipping, which is much cheaper. For those who are wondering, the cost listed is $6.50 per pound to ship by air and $2.50 per pound to ship by maritime, which means the good number of objects that we might want to purchase from, for example, Amazon, but I also shop at MPB and stuff like that. You could be shopping at Shein. Those things have a tendency to be so cheap for shipping that it's actually cheaper to ship than to get it in the U.S. because the difference in the taxes is greater than the amount in the actual shipping cost. So in theory, he said the thing he got was cheaper in Nicaragua after shipping it all the way here than in the U.S. But obviously, takes longer to get here. But I did test that out. In theory, those kinds of shippers, at least some of them, may have northbound as well, where they will send to the U.S. So the way it works is in the U.S., you have Amazon shipped to their address in Miami. And for anyone who wants to try out Envios Fast Track, just hit me up. I've got their contacts. You literally WhatsApp them and say, hey, I'd like to ship with you, and just have a conversation, and they take care of you, and they'll tell you what to do. I also know exactly how to fill out Amazon, so I can tell you what that information is for them. And then give them a try if you want and report back here. But my one test worked out well, and Mike says they're very good. So that is my experience there. But I am going to test them out for a number of things because I'm building out some studio stuff here. So hopefully we'll be able to give you some information about that. So someone like that, maybe them, I can send them a note. Can we send with, I'm sorry. So what they do is in the U.S., you ship to their address in Miami, and then that automatically just gets aggregated onto their airplane or boat, depending on which address you send it to. And then they send it to Nicaragua. Then when it gets here, they take a picture of it, say, hey, look, we have your box. And then I'm not in Managua, so I don't want to go pick it up. They're like, okay, well, and they just throw it on the chicken bus, and the chicken bus brings it up, and I pay them $3 for delivering it. So different options. If you shipped a whole bunch of stuff, just send someone in Managua. If you're in Managua, go pick it up yourself, whatever. Okay, so all right, the question is, did we get a Toyota? We did not. Our old one is a Toyota. That's what I have currently, a Toyota Corolla. Not super huge fans. I definitely have a lot of reasons why Toyota is good, a lot of reasons why you'd pick it. We did not. We tried out our first Suzuki, so we'll see how that goes. I've always liked Suzuki, always liked them to drive, reliability, good prices, and it came out to, I heard, about $19,000 after everything. So that was about the total price paid, U.S. obviously, to get a brand new with warranty package, maintenance package, extra stuff, extra insurance, all kinds of things. Sorry, my cough's been a little bit bad today. But Suzukis are good here, and you're able to get them from Casa Pelas, so they tend to work out pretty well. Don Johnson says, good evening. Hey, Don, good to have you here. TJ is here. Hey, TJ. TJ says, I went to that China Mall place today. How did you like it? There's one actually called China Mall, and there's a lot of places that we tend to call China Malls, but they're not. They're just China stores. And before anyone's like, are you just calling things Chinese stores? Because like in Europe, they do that, right? They'll be like, go to the China store, and they mean the 5 and dime or the dollar store, depending on how old you are. And that's what they call Chinese stores in Europe. That is not what we mean here. We mean suddenly a bunch of Chinese families have moved in and built stores, and they're all decorated like China. They have Chinese lamps, Chinese lettering, Chinese stylistic stuff, and everything in them is from China. So it's like a thing. We have 5 new ones in Leon that have opened in the last 6 months. We just saw a new one the other day walking past. They're very difficult to film in because they don't want you filming, but if we can get anything in them, we will give it a try. But they have really random stuff. That's the biggest problem. The negative of them is you can't predict what you're going to get. The upside is they do tend to have big selections of random things. So if you find like the one here that we went to, the Tesco, yeah, that's its name. It has the world's largest selection of umbrellas. So if for some reason umbrellas is the thing you need, then it's going to be fantastic. Great price, great selection. If you don't need an umbrella, you're in really tough shape. So it's basically, at the moment, an umbrella store. At some point in the future, it'll be a something else store. It'll be kind of wild. So, yeah, TJ, what did you get? What did you think? Fill us in on your experience. Sarah says, hey, Scott. Hey, Sarah. My family is coming to visit Nicaragua very soon. Do you know of an affordable place to stay while looking for a long-term rental? So the easy answer there is no, I probably don't, just to set expectations. But before we say we don't, where are you looking at being? Because Nicaragua's a decently large country, so you probably want to have a pretty good, it might be a guess, I totally understand. You may not know, like, part of the reason for looking for the long-term rental is figuring out where you want to be. So, but you probably have a starting point. So, Sarah, where in the country do you think you want to be? So that we can make a guess. For example, I think I want the Leon area. Easy. I think the Managua area in general. Okay, we'll kind of gauge from there. I want to be down south near San Juan. Okay, we can gauge from there. Say at least general area, something, mountains, something. Kevin and Kevin are here. Hey, guys. Vince is here. Hey, Scott, he says. Hey, Vince. Tim is here. Hey, Tim. I just bought new Suzuki Alto last week. So far, so good. Well, congratulations. Did you buy it here, Tim, in Nicaragua? Rob Snyder says Suzuki Samurai. No, and I forget the name of what we did get. Give me a second, and I will get it for you. It is easy to remember. I see we go. Oh, there it is, the Volcano, the one that has like whale in the name. It kind of looks like a little whale. It's small, but not that small. It's not like the Alto. It has a little bit better clearance, and I'm not the one who picked it out or paid for it. So it's more that Paul got a new car, and I now have access to the existing one. Rob Center says, so it's like a physical Temu, but you don't have to wait for shipping. Just throw it all in your physical cart. Oh, well, the problem with this is I've never looked at Temu. I've only heard weird things about it, but isn't the problem with Temu that you don't know what you're getting? So do you like send random people in and tell them to just get things off the shelf randomly and buy it for you? That would make it like a Temu. Sarah says, I was thinking maybe Leon. Okay. Very soon. Okay. So, there we go. Oh, Casa Palace in Esteli, 12.5 out the door. Not bad. Yeah, not bad. That is one of the smallest and least expensive cars available in country is the Suzuki Alto. But, Suzuki, they don't have a lot of power. They're not flashy. They're pretty reliable. They really are. I've only owned one. It was a motorcycle. My only ever motorcycle was a Suzuki, but it was a disaster, really, but not for Suzuki's fault in any way. That was definitely me buying a really old, wonky thing that had been in a barn for a really long time. But I did, for a while, have a Suzuki motorcycle, which people find really amazing because I do not ride motorcycle. But when I was young, I gave it the college try. I was not terrified of motorcycles or anything. It was like, oh, this could be cool. I could get into this. And then in reality, it was just not for me. And around the same time, my really close friend, Eric, who rode motorcycles, was testing out a motorcycle for someone, did a wheelie. The front wheel fell off and he wiped out hard, and I'm not sure he ever rode again. He probably did. He probably rode a lot, but there was a long period where he couldn't get on a motorcycle physically. So like the people that I would have ridden with ended up none of them riding, and my bike was such junk because it was, I mean, really had been in the garage. Long story, it's not the thing for me. But that was my Suzuki experience, and I did like the bike, and I do like Suzukis. So back to Sarah thinking about Leon. So Leon is a really great choice. Obviously, we like it a lot. It's a beautiful city. It has a lot to offer. Finding short-term rentals here is difficult. Everyone is always asking for that. There are extremely few, and they're obviously hard to find. Once you are looking at getting a rental, you have this problem that there's only, there's only a few, so you could be like, here's a rental I'm interested in, and then immediately you're like, oh no, someone took it, and then you're starting over. So that's one of the hardest things is if you find one you're interested in, you kind of want to lock it down if the time is going to be available, and other than that, there's only a handful. So the idea of looking early doesn't necessarily give you very much. There is Casa Mangos has a couple properties. They have had some issues recently, so I am not recommending them at this time. So be very wary of being there. But they are one of the very few that is listed on the market. And hopefully they get better in the future, but they've had some changes of direction, and I would definitely not be staying there at this time. But it is a huge gap. Here, there's a few places on the beach, but very few. There is a couple here in Leon, but again, if someone takes it for 6 months, one of them is gone. I have one here in Leon that is a 2-bedroom, but at the moment there's a decent chance that it is gone for most of the upcoming 6 months. It's not guaranteed that it's gone, but it's one of the only ones I know. So they're getting furnished, and short term is just something missing in the Nicaragua market. But the number of people who actually want one, well, we're always like, everybody's always asking. Everyone's asking because nobody can find one. So it's not that there needs to be a lot of them. It's that there's basically just one or two, and no one can figure out where they are. So it will be tough, but you can do it. You can, of course, and everyone does this, stay in a hostel, get a private room, work out a long-term deal, especially if you're not here during the busy season. A lot of the hostels will give you some kind of deal and make it that you can stay there without a problem. And so a lot of people do that, and then you stay in a hostel, and maybe you do weeks at a time while you're looking for the short term, get a short term, then start looking for the long term. Some people race and try to get a long term while they're doing that. It happens, but generally that's kind of what people end up doing, because even the short term takes a bit of research. Of course, you can look on Airbnb. A few people get lucky with that. Not too often, right? Just not that many places are listed on Airbnb realistically. Patricia is here. A mechanic once told me Suzukis are great for about 10 years, then everything starts to fall apart. I've never had one do that, but that's plausible. I'm certainly not a mechanic and don't have a broad experience with them. So I have a lot of people here that have Suzukis that I know, but I would say they're probably all under 10 years old. So hopefully they don't fall apart on them or us. Tim says there was long waits on most other vehicles. Yeah, it took us quite a while to get this one. We needed something right away. I like it so far. Enough room for me and my wife. Gets us back and forth to town for supplies. Well, perfect. And super cheap, and cheap to operate. So that is always significant. Kevin says, if I want to squeeze a volcano outing at the end of my trip, is it better to just book it from Managua or maybe hang out a day extra in Leon? Absolutely hang out in Leon. Well, okay, let me ask, what is a volcano outing to you? It depends what you want to do. If you're talking volcano boarding, you want to do like the quintessential Nicaragua experience where you are surfing down a volcano, then that is only done in Leon. Anybody doing that from Managua will be hours of extra travel, a bit of extra money, and they won't be likely the actual operators. There's only two major businesses that do the volcano boarding. They face each other across the street in the middle of the hostel district in Leon, and if you're not working with them, what are you doing, right? Like, I don't know who has trucks, I don't know who's going. No boarding. So it depends. If you want to do, so no matter what, Managua does not have the volcano outings. I mean, they could, but their volcano is closed right now. And I mean the park around the volcano. Obviously, you can't close a volcano. If you could, that would solve all kinds of problems. Woo, it's going to erupt. Well, just close it, and, we won't have that problem. So no, they don't close volcanoes, but they did close Masaya from tourism. Just because it tends to throw little bits of lava from time to time, so not ideal. So if you're looking for walking a cloud forest, so there's a Mombacho, I think, is in the cloud forest in Granada. So you actually want to go to Granada, book a tour from Granada, do it from there. If you want to climb one of the Leon area ones, then yes, exactly, the volcano is temporarily out of order. And if you want to do hikes, there's hikes all over the country. Obviously, the Ometepe ones are ruled out. Last day, can't do them last day. Not an option. If you want to do different hikes, you're going to want to generally book out of whatever city has the volcano that has the hike that you want to do. Basically, I would never do it out of Managua. Unless there's something I'm missing as to why. Like, are you in Managua, you need someone to take you somewhere else? I would go to the place you're going to go, do the volcano trip, and then go to Managua. Managua is just remote. I think the only one you can gaze into is Masaya, which is closed. So I think you're out of luck on this particular trip unless they open it by then. It is super cool. The Masaya volcano, great tour. If you're in Managua and they open it, or you're in Granada, did I say Managua? If you're in Managua, Masaya, or Granada, they're all really close to the volcano. If it's open, definitely do it. It does not take long. Going up during the day, the park is nicer. Going up at night, you can see the lava like en fuego, right? Like, it's super, super cool because the gates of hell aspect is real. So that is very, very neat. I recommend it. But if you are, if you're there during the day, you can really do a lot more because there's like a park you can walk around and it's safer at night. You're in darkness. Like, it's hardcore. It also has really good views of the lake and Managua, the city. So it's pretty cool, both during the day that you can see everything and see the layout of the city, and it's cool at night because, twinkling lights. I love city lights at night, so that's always a really nice thing to get to do. So those are, a lot of people who do it go twice in the same day. Once in the middle of the day to enjoy seeing the park, get to know what it is you're looking at, and then once again at night so that you can see the fire and see the twinkling lights and all that. So make a trip out of it. In between, stop by Laguna de Apoyo and go to whatever it is, Estación de Tren or Paseo de Tren. I always get the name wrong, something like that. The place where the train passes by in northwestern Laguna de Apoyo. I think that's right. Really good food with crazy good views of that volcano, which is a water-filled volcanic crater, and absolutely fantastic, so worth the trip. So you can make it a volcano trip and gaze into what was the gates of hell but is no longer, and then go gaze into the actual gates of hell, all while having a really delicious meal, because that restaurant is one of the best Nicaraguan cuisine restaurants in the country. So you're just going to get the standard food that you get everywhere else, but my experience there is that they have the best view, and unlike a lot of places that have a great view, they do excellent food, so please go support them. Do not go to the Mirador in Matagalpa and eat there. Certainly go to the Mirador, it's gorgeous, but don't eat there. The food is atrocious. Always the risk when you are going to touristy restaurant places that have a captive audience. The food is so bad we threw it out. Like, that's how bad it was at the Mirador. So just can't recommend that. But yeah, so how's everybody doing? It's a quiet night already. It's already kind of, I am sleepy. Let me tell you, this has been just such a long day. I got pulled out of bed at 7, which is fine, except I was up until 3 playing The Walking Dead with my daughters, as I do. So most nights, right now, my daughters and I, we like to play video games at night. And because I work all day, and like this, after the live stream, going off to play video games with my kids. So we start at like 11 o'clock at night pretty typically, and then we play until like 3 in the morning. So we get like 4 hours in. And we typically play, literary games with a big story and stuff. And so we've been playing the Telltale, and these are older, right? Walking Dead. And we have completed Season 1. We've completed the 400 Days expansion to Season 1. And we have completed Season 2. So tonight, if all goes well, we're going to start the New Frontier or something like that, which is basically Season 3. And looking forward to that. We have a lot of fun playing those together, so that is pretty cool. Sarah says, thanks for that. We are planning on taking a cruise liner. Wow, because one of my family members is not able to fly right now. The port of San Juan del Sur is closed. Do you know of an alternative? I am very, very confident that there is no alternative. One, I didn't know that the port of San Juan del Sur is closed. Why would our only port be closed? That's awful. Janet, you're here. Why is the port of San Juan del Sur closed? I mean, obviously the port's not closed. The immigration port is closed. That's awful. Sarah, I'm really sorry that is the case. Legally, there is a port of entry at Potosí. I do not believe a cruise ship can get anywhere close to it. I could be wrong. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Can you send a link to the you don't have to send it to your cruise, but to the general cruise that you're doing, and we'll try to find what the port is out of order. The ocean, like the volcano, is currently closed. Sarah, can you send maybe a link to? Oh, it won't let you put links in the live stream. It just doesn't let you. Maybe email me a link and I'll take a look at it and see what other ports are available. Nicaragua does not have deep water. So the one hope is that, so the way it works is that San Juan del Sur is a shallow harbor and the boats anchor at sea and they come in, but it has a large port of entry. The one hope is that the deep water cargo port at Corinto will accept the passengers, and they might. It is a massive port, way bigger than San Juan del Sur, but it does not normally take passenger ships. I have no idea if they can use it as an alternative. Obviously, in case of emergency, you could, but I don't know if a cruise ship like that would be allowed to stop there. I'm going to really quickly search on that, but okay. So Janet says they did used to use Corinto for that. So hopefully they can still do that. Corinto should have the infrastructure because people who are doing shipping, right? Like you're a cargo shipping company, your people have to be able to, yes, Janet, San Jacinto, should be able to take the crews coming off the cargo ships. So in theory, taking the people off the passenger ships should be able to get off there in theory, but that's hard. Right, that's a lot going on for that port to handle. So I really don't know if they will do that as an alternative. If that is the case, Corinto is very close to us here. Technically, it is part of Chinandega. There is a river between us and them, so you can't just get off there and zip straight here. You have to go to Chinandega, go out way and around, come into Leon, way out on the highway. But from Corinto, you can be here in under an hour and a half, so it's not that bad. One of the reasons that Corinto is not popular is because the overall area that it goes into is not good at all for tourists, so it's not a good introduction to the country. Like, welcome to our deep water shipping cargo port. Welcome to beautiful Nicaragua. And then welcome to our logistics city of Chinandega, which is a kind of nice city, but it's not a place for tourists to go. There is nothing for you there. And then they got to drive you all this way to get you down to Leon. And then you're like, here's our tertiary tourism city. And it's the only one you're going to get to see. So they don't really want to bring people into Corinto, but I assume that they could. Planning on cruise line. Janet says, I'm working, so I'm here for a couple of minutes. We went to Desperados yesterday afternoon and met Jake from next door. And I heard why you were there, Janet. Happy birthday to you. And so awesome that you were at Desperados. I can't believe you didn't tell me you were going to Desperados. But what did you have? I want to know. Rob says, best sushi in Nicaragua? Well, not at Desperados. That is unfortunate. But I'm going to look this up while we're talking. So Yvonne has told me what she feels is the best best sushi in the country, and I think I know where she told me, so give me a second to see if I can track it down. A lot of people think that the best sushi is in Hinotepe. So Hinotepe is an option. There is quite a few good sushi in Managua. That's basically where you're going to be going. If you are, here we go. Sushi Navigato. I'm going to try to find it, right, so I can send you guys a link. Sushi Navigato is recommended by Yvonne, who is a foodie here in the country. Navigato. I must have spelled that wrong, or maybe she did. I'm working on it. We will find it for y'all. No, I did misspell it. And there it is. And it's followed by her. El sushi de lo mejor calidad, navegando hacia ti. Plaza Alto San Jose, 8.5 kilometers on the Messiah Road, contiguo with the Farmacia Saba. That's going to be hard to find, but looks like a winner. That is the sushi that she recommends in Managua. I'm going to see if I can find the famous one of Tepe. Give me a second to track that down. And then the sushi, if you're going to be in Chinandega for some reason, you want to get Dragonfly. Definitely not the best in the country, but I would be pretty confident saying it is the best in western Nicaragua. If you're going to be here in Leon, you're probably going to go to Rolls, which is a friend of mine's place. It's good. There's always a few places that do it here. We can get it delivered, which is nice. And I can't find the name of the place in Hinotepe. Someone's going to jump in and tell me what it was. Maki Maki. That is the place. See if I can find it. Oh, there it is. Got it on Instagram. And so this, many people say that this is the best in the country. Right there. Okay, let's catch up. Kevin says, port is out of order. Janet says, no idea, but the cruises used to go to Corinto, and they used to go to the mud place, San Jacinto, which I have a video on. Kevin says, I heard the same thing, freight-only port. Yeah, it's definitely freight-only under normal circumstances. Janet says, I used to go talk to the people coming back to the buses about what they were doing. Larry says Janet is correct on that. Hey, Larry, good to see you're here. Just in case you thought I wasn't seeing your messages, we've learned that lesson. Janet says, I thought it was weird that they had to take such a long trip on a bus to go here. It is, yeah, it's so long on a bus from our local port. Kevin says there's a lot of development in Puerto Corinto planned, but all of it is cargo related. Yeah, for sure. We just started getting direct paths from China, so we now have much better ability to get cargo ships from China. So that's pretty cool. Jan says I didn't know. Sarah says maybe we could use a port in Guatemala or Costa Rica. You're definitely going to want to use Costa Rica, not Guatemala. The just distance, right? And if you're coming from Costa Rica, you're talking about a single border. If you're coming from Guatemala, you're talking about crossing into El Salvador, crossing into Honduras, and then into Nicaragua, which is all cool. Like, go see a lot of neat places. But, yeah, and I don't know where a port in Guatemala is on the Pacific coast. They have the same problem as us. They don't have a coast that's really conducive to that, so they suffer a lot. Costa Rica should be able to take you. I actually don't know where the ports are. But Costa Rica is so big for that that it should be reasonable. Okay, there's a lot of cruise ports that exist on any of these ones I recognize. I think Herradura, that seems like probably the right one. I wish they'd give me a map. Oh, I guess there's a map button. Yes, yeah. So like Herradura, there should be some in Costa Rica, but it's going to come down to where your cruise stops, right? But if you stop anywhere in the region, Panama, Costa Rica, any of those you'll be able to get here. Just be aware it's not super close necessarily. I mean, Costa Rica is not that bad. Guatemala will be pretty far. That was me. Janet says, Jerry and Victoria were driving. We started trying to see the Tiki Mexican place that's new. That's Mike's place. But they were closed. Oh, that's weird. and then the group chose that older place next to Simple. Oh, yes, Playa Roca. Oh, no, the old place next to Simple, you mean Suyapa. And then Desperados. You were trying to avoid my places at all costs, but we were the only ones open, so at the end of the day, you were stuck with it. You're lucky because Desperados was closed most of the time, and we've just moved to longer hours like last week. And this week, because of the holidays, we're open all week. Next time we'll do Desperados first, and Jake is a good boy. For those who don't know, Jake is the dog of one of our viewers here on the channel. He lives next door at a place called, coincidentally, Jake's place. Janet's got to leave. Oh, got to go back after the next class. Much quicker if they don't come. Or if she gets the time wrong. Wah, wah, wah. That was you, Janet. She'll see that later. So yeah, Sarah, let us know where ports might exist from the cruise ship, and then we'll tell you how to get here from those places. They may stop in El Salvador. That would be way better than Guatemala. El Salvador is more likely to have ports. If they stop in Honduras, you're golden, because that would be really close. But I don't think El Tigre, which is the only spot that could have a port in Honduras, has a port. So maybe they do, but I don't think so. I gotta send someone the live stream link. Larry says, New York Jets are beating the Patriots. Here's the deal. I'll be glad to pick up tickets for you and young Paul. He's jumping topics here. If you want to bring the little woman as well, I'm buying 4 for Sunday for my girl and her brat. Her brat? Like bratwurst? Like small sausage? Is that? Yeah, let me ask Larry. I'm going to find out because Paul just came back with his new car, so I will find out what we are doing. Are you getting box seats? That's the way to go. Foursquare King is here. Welcome back. Welcome back, Foursquare King. Larry says, if you can get a box, that would be better. Anyone can purchase up to 4 for opener. Oh, okay. I will ask. I don't know if we can, but that would be super cool. Sarah says, very good. Thanks for your help. I'll find out. Awesome, Sarah. Yeah, just let us know, and we'll figure that out. Most likely, I think you're going to find you're going to be in mid-Costa Rica. If you're somewhere in mid-Costa Rica, probably, that means like the Herradura area, very likely you're going to want to get some kind of transport, which could just be taxi, either, depending on where the port is, either to San Jose, capital, big city, or Liberia, small, tiny city up northwest. But Liberia is very close to Nicaragua. So if you're anywhere in between, you want to get to Liberia, unless you want to take the chance to see Costa Rica. So honestly, if assuming you've not been in the region before, Costa Rica is beautiful. It's a nice place. I don't necessarily recommend seeing it right before Nicaragua, because what will happen is you'll go to Costa Rica and you'll get your expectations set. And you're going to be like, oh, high rises, beautiful restaurants everywhere, so much stuff. And then when you get to Nicaragua, it's going to be this culture shock, even after just 2 days in Costa Rica. You're going to be like, wait, I just got used to restaurants everywhere, all this stuff, like so shiny and glistening-y and touristy. And then and then you go, oh, this isn't that. But if you spend a bit of time in Costa Rica, then you're like, oh, it's so expensive. Oh, it's so difficult dealing with so many things. Oh, the accent is so tough. And Costa Rica is great, right? Like, I don't want to be like, give it a little bit of time, you won't like it. No, it's fantastic. But you'll give it a little bit of time and realize probably why you're looking at and what you're evaluating in Nicaragua. But if you only give it like 1 day, you're like, look at all this cool stuff I want to do, and now we got to leave. But that said, when I'm in Costa Rica, I really enjoy going to San Jose. It is a big city that's quite nice. But I don't know where you're coming from. If you're coming from, Manhattan, and you go to San Jose, you're going to be like, this doesn't have what I'm used to. Like, why is this so exciting? But if you live in Nicaragua, as I do, then there's a lot of things we don't have. It just is what it is. And getting to go to San Jose is such a relief. You're just like, oh, big city, high rises, loads of restaurants, tons of variety. And then once you've spent a bit of money, gotten your variety, eaten too much, then you can be like, okay, now I can go home happy and enjoy being in beautiful, inexpensive, super safe Nicaragua, and everything's good. Being only for a few days really kind of throws you off and gives you, I think, a skewed view that that may not be the best. So just some food for thought, somewhat literally, in that particular discussion. But yeah, if you're going to be there, so if you want to see the city and be that way when you're in Nicaragua, right, you can be like, okay, wait, I know if I live here, that's available to me. Yeah, it's a little ways away. I can hop a bus, I can take a taxi. If I own a car, I can drive and go to San Jose, and I have access to that. And then I can go back to Nicaragua. So it's sometimes nice to, if you're in Nicaragua and you're like, what would I do if? Oh, wait, this is right over there. That's right over there. You piece together what everything will look like. If you don't want to go to San Jose, you don't want to investigate the city, like I can give you enough information. Scott says there's good Indian and Lebanese restaurants. That's all I need to know. Good enough, right? And the Burger King is vegetarian late night. Score. So those are things we don't have. So that's fantastic. If you're confident that my advice on that is all you need, then go to Liberia. It's closer to the Nicaraguan border. It's small, really easy to deal with, and that's about it. Larry says, yes, box seats, my girl's brother and sister to complete my thoughts previously. Gotcha. Kevin says, I have a neighbor who took a Caribbean cruise. She stopped in Roatan, which is an island. I know of no other cruise ports of call in Honduras. Yeah, me too, Kevin. I know that Roatan exists. Well, what's it called? The one next to it. I'm going to see if I can find. But yeah, that might be the only one that people really stop in. Now, that said, that's really far away, right? San Juan del Sur is Pacific, and that's Northern Caribbean. So that's a little bit of a problem if you're trying to somehow connect them. So, Kevin, there is the Port of Cortez, which is next to Roatan, but it's on the mainland, not an island. That one I know is there. Castilla, that one is, I don't think, available. That's container ships. San Lorenzo, I think that's too small to take anything. San Lorenzo, only port in Honduras lies in Pacific waters, known as Henecan, constructed to be used instead of the old Ampala port. Ampala is at El Tigre, that's what I was talking about. It was regularly dredged, not very huge, can only handle a few containers, accessible only through roads. Okay, so in theory, San Lorenzo, if you can go there, Sarah, in Honduras, would be really close, really, really close. Especially to here in Leon, because that's on our side of things. So that's something to potentially consider. I have a neighbor. Port City Investments. Do I need to learn Spanish? So no, you don't need to learn Spanish. I certainly would recommend learn as much Spanish as you can, assuming you're planning on actually moving here. If the question is, I just want to visit for 2 weeks, right? Do I need to learn Spanish? No, obviously not. But if this is a place you want to call home long term, you will want to speak Spanish, right? I know people who've lived in San Juan del Sur and they're really into the enclave life and they have no interest in exploring Nicaragua. No. They can really get by without any Spanish. Every now and then there'll be something that you're like, oh, this is annoying. I wish I knew Spanish. Sure, but is it worth putting 3 years of your life into learning? No, it's worth, spending $50 to have someone handle something for me once a year, whatever, right? But if you're a normal person on my channel, meaning the majority of you guys are a lot like me, and we enjoy actually integrating and doing, there's so many things that I show. If you're going to live in the barrio, you want to live in Leon, you want to do really Nicaraguan things, get into Nicaraguan lifestyle, eat street food all the time, chances are you're going to want to speak Spanish. You can get by without it. Absolutely, you'll survive. But the more you speak Spanish, the more you will get to enjoy the things going on around you. The more you'll be able to handle things with ease. The more you'll be comfortable doing things. It was an amazing experience for me. This was probably a year ago. Something happened and I had to deal with something on my own. And I went to a place and I'm like, I've got no translator. My wife, who speaks Spanish, is not here. She doesn't speak fluent, but she's better than me. And I have nobody to help. And I got there and I'm like, oh, how am I going to deal with this? And I went, wait a second. I speak Spanish. It completely slipped my mind that I spoke Spanish. I just went in and did whatever thing it was in Spanish and thought nothing of it. And I'm like, well, that was weird. But it was one of those moments where you're like, what a cool thing. I speak Spanish. So it's great to have it. And I've never met a person who was like, I'm so sorry I learned Spanish, or this didn't benefit me at all. No, every single person was like, well, yeah, it just made life better. But definitely don't Don't avoid moving down or visiting because you don't speak Spanish. And also don't delay moving down or visiting because you don't speak Spanish. Start learning Spanish. Start. The sooner you start, it'll just give you so much more lead time. So grab Duolingo and start doing it now, right? Like literally after this, or even as long as the show is still running and you're paying attention in the background, get your Duolingo started right now. And then I will put up I'm going to add it to, I'm going to try to do it tonight. We'll see. I'm going to try to add it to the community tab where I can show photos. I'm going to show a photo of my QR code for my Duolingo, and then you can follow me on Duolingo, which does nothing really, but you can get into like Friends Quest and stuff. So I encourage everyone, do Duolingo, like get Spanish practice. It's just fantastic. Even if you speak a bit, it adds more. But you will appreciate every bit of Spanish you get, but you won't be in a position where you're like, what have I done? I moved here before I speak Spanish. No, definitely just move down. I moved down without speaking Spanish. Of course, I could read menus and stuff, right? Like, I had some Spanish training. I lived in other Spanish-speaking countries. But, yeah. And actually, the video I meant to do for today, and then we did that kind of weird one today, so it's going to be out in a few days, is about where to go to learn Spanish. And actually, Nicaragua was like not the place, but we'll get into that if your goal is learning Spanish. But if you're coming to Nicaragua, obviously you want to learn it here. Port City says Nicaragua has Burger King. Nice. It does. Only Managua, only 2 locations, maybe 3? 3. Gallerias, Metro Centro, and standalone right outside Metro Centro. It's cheating to call it 3 locations. If you see a location somewhere else like Plaza Inter, it's a lie. It, like the cake, is a lie. Don't try to go to that one. There's only the 3. But they've had problems getting their veggie products recently, so their banners are just veggie everywhere. And then you're like, I want that. And they're like, yeah, we don't have that. And you're like, what? What is going on? So it's been weird. Sorry, I have this itch going on in my head. I've been just out working all day, and I'm starting to be like, Burger King in Costa Rica so we don't do Impossible Whoppers. We get a veggie Whopper. Basically the same, but it's not impossible. We could call it the Possible Whopper. So we get that veggie Whopper in Costa Rica. We got that 3 years ago. We're like, yes, we can come to Costa Rica and get this. Then it went away. Not it. I'm sorry. Everyone had that. And so in Managua, we were able to get the veggie Whopper. We're like, yes, because we go to Managua all the time. So we just grab it when we're there. We still do. If we're there, we're like, oh, it's just something different. We know it's vegetarian, and we just look forward to it. I don't really like Burger King fries or anything else, so all I get is a Whopper. Then Costa Rica tried out the Burger King veggie chicken. So excited, because the chicken nuggets are so-so, but the chicken sandwich was fantastic. I don't know why. It's like their mayo is really good. But and for me, it's nostalgic. I used to manage a Burger King. I had so many chicken sandwiches. I managed a Burger King chain. So we were so excited. Then it went away. But then it came into Nicaragua. So then Nicaragua had it. But then recently they had supply problems. So we were super frustrated with that. But then we went back to Costa Rica. And so I was in Costa Rica a week ago. And we tried to order on Pedidos Ya. And it was late. At 8, maybe 9. I think it was 8. And we're trying to order, and as I'm ordering, we're like, yes, not only do they have the menu that we then had in Nicaragua. So Costa Rica had some, then it went away, then Nicaragua had more, and it stayed, but their supplies ran low. Then we're in Costa Rica, we're like, oh my gosh, now they have it again, and it's more. They added the chicken nugget sandwich, so. Don't go for that. They added like barbecue burgers and like variety of the same basic ingredients, but in different styles, which is awesome. They have a supreme burger, a barbecue burger, some other kind of chicken thing, avocado chicken, something like that, the nugget burger. It's not a huge menu, but they had some variety. So we were so excited. As I'm ordering, they closed. And I'm like, no. So it's super, super depressing. And then I'm like, and so my wife, because we're in a hostel, right? This is what prompted the hostel episode from yesterday, because someone saw our pictures from there, and they're like, wait a minute. That's not what I thought a hostel looked like. That looks like a really nice place. Not fancy, but it looks like a really nice, comfortable hotel with a great pool, a nice little restaurant. The location is so good. And we're like, oh, people don't know. And they asked, they're like, do I not know what a hostel is? And I'm like, I don't think you do. So we did that episode. Anyway, that was the place. So my wife is like, it's late. We have a 6 o'clock bus. I don't want anything to go wrong. Order a pizza. Be done with it. I'm like, I don't want a pizza. I want awesome veggie food. And then so I started scrolling. And I'm like, what else is available? What just got to say they're still open? And then I scroll past, another Burger King comes up, and I'm like, wait, Burger King is normally like yellow and brown or kind of burnt orange as their colors. This one was all green. And I'm like, the what now? And it's called Tienda Veggie Burger King. It is a 100% vegetarian Burger King that is open later than the regular Burger Kings. And I'm like, what is happening right now? Their entire menu is vegetarian. We were able to order late, ordered a whole bunch of things, had it sent to us. Panitas Jaw was there in 15 minutes. We had tons of food. Fantastic. It was just awesome. So that was my quick little Burger King thing. Yes, we have a couple Burger Kings here and more in Costa Rica. All right, perfect. But yes, when you have a hankering, we have a Burger King. We have more McDonald's. They're actually quite nice. I do not eat at McDonald's because they don't have vegetarian options of any mention. But the McDonald's here in Leon, very nice. The McDonald's in Chinandega is very nice. I've been in the one in Managua. It's very nice. And they're all like, and the Burger Kings too, they're all super modern, really clean, really well done. Like, they're not like gonna knock your socks off, but they're not like, as people might picture. Is this like a rundown old McDonald's? No. Here, these are considered really expensive dining. This is a very special thing. So if you're going out to eat at a McDonald's with your family, it's like an event. Right? Not a huge event, but it's potentially a big event. Lots of Nicaraguans have never been to a McDonald's. So they're like, oh, this is kind of a thing. We're middle class. We can afford this. We can do this special thing. And so if you go to a McDonald's, you'll see just loads of people. It's like a special treat for the kids. Same thing going to like a Pizza Hut. So the McDonald's have all the digital ordering, but because it's Nicaragua, and they do this lots of places. When I was in Panama, they had special just for Panama food items, which is cool. Here in Nicaragua, they have gallo pinto, the rice and beans, and they have queso frito. For real, they have queso frito on the dinner menu. So you can get queso frito anytime. I totally got it, of course, and it was good. Not up to Nicaraguan standards and slightly different, but really close. Definitely meets the need if that's what you're looking for dinner. So really cool. So we have those. We have Carl's Jr. We have TGI Fridays. I don't think it closed, but it might have. We did have Hard Rock. That closed. There's a few others. We do have Subway. I should have a list because people ask me this. We have a couple pizza things. We have Little Caesars. We have Pizza Hut. They do a good job, and there's a lot of them. I can't think of what other American restaurant chains are here. They are very few, but the ones that really shock people are definitely the Carl's Jr. and the TGI Fridays. Those are the ones that people are like, those are there? Yep, absolutely. When Hard Rock was here, they had a really good menu. We never really went there to eat, which is probably why they went out of business. But they were not popular. Hard Rock's thing did not cut it here because they were trying to be a live music venue, but they were in a really expensive location, and everything they did was way too American in a place where Americans didn't want to be. And the entire country does the Hard Rock thing. Every restaurant in every barrio has live music. So the Hard Rock was just having the same bands as every local barrio did, and it was just weird. So it didn't go over like super well. And they went out of business with massive amounts of debt. Port City Investments. What a chill spot for a Canadian to come and just live really cheaply and low-key for like 3 months with good internet. What is a chill spot? Must be what you're looking for with good internet. So the first thing is good internet is not going to rule much of anything out. Basically, the whole country has good internet. There's some pockets you're not going to run into them. Any place that you might go is going to be pretty good. So just real quick, chill spot, 3 months. If you're looking for really cheaply, I mean, really the whole country is really cheap. That is the case. But San Juan del Sur is definitely more expensive than the rest of the places. Granada is in between. Everything else is pretty cheap. So, if you're really trying to push your money farther, just, I can just go out to eat anytime. I don't have to think about anything. Those are the ones to maybe be wary of. Definitely San Juan del Sur, the most. And then Granada, you can definitely make do, but everything is still more. Not quite as much as San Juan del Sur, but my friends who live there are like, oh, it adds up, right? Still cheaper than most places, but it's way more expensive than Leon, Managua, Esteli, Matagalpa, all those places. So if it was me, I wanted a chill place for 3 months, and it was my first time in Nicaragua, I would consider Granada. I did live there briefly in 2015, and it's nice because there's so many restaurants. There are lots of tourists, but it's a lot of tourists, and it's a little bit less chill, and it's more expensive. So that's famously the city that nearly convinced my wife not to return to Nicaragua, but luckily we talked her into Leon, and she would never move anywhere else now. So just be aware. But for quite a bit of the time, we did really like it, but it wears on you as a tourist. If you were coming for 3 weeks instead of 3 months, I'd say Granada very easily. But for 3 months, yeah, I think it'll be too long. You need a bigger place just because to get a rental for that kind of length of time, you're going to be pretty limited just because it's not super widely available. So your main cities, Leon might be able to pull it off. A rental for that length will be hard to find, as people who asked, it's like, oh, no, that's hard to find, but they exist. Matagalpa, up in the mountains, very chill city, big enough city that there are a number of restaurants. You can do those city things, right? You can do activities. It's not too hard to get to a number of places from there. Jinotega is not far away. Esteli's not too far away. But it'd be a very different Nicaraguan experience than you see on my show. Here, if you want something that looks like my show, it's going to be Leon, right? There you go. Beach nearby, big city, good nightlife, low cost, very safe. From those aspects, Leon is the winner, hands down, in the country. It's really hot. So if that's a factor, it's the loser in the country. So it could go either way depending on what your factors are. Honestly, for 3 months, I'd be tempted to do Managua. It is relatively chill if you're in the right areas, like Ticuan Tepe, like in the southeast, most likely, or the south central would be okay. But it's a fair-sized city, and there is a bit of hectic mayhem. On one hand, it's cool and fun. On another, it might be a little bit, not what you're really looking for. But Managua's doable for 3 months. The upside is it's only 3 months. Enjoy Managua. The other side is it's only 3 months. You may never get to a point where you understand and appreciate Managua, so it may just feel overwhelming. Your biggest bets are probably Matagalpa or possibly Esteli in the north mountain region in the highlands. I would personally do Matagalpa. For me, I know I love it. Esteli, I want to go pretty soon. My wife wants to go, and we're going to film for a few days. We're going to do some stuff. So Yvonne, who gave the sushi recommendations, we're going to try to get her back on the show. She was in Guatemala with me 2 years ago. We're going to do some hair and salon shooting up there. I know most of my audience is just like, yes, that's what we've been waiting for. But we're going to show some of those cool areas, do some neat things. Esteli has potential, but I think it's going to be harder. Maybe to live, it may have more potential, but for 3 months, I feel like in the mountains, Matagalpa is going to be your winner. That's just it. And I love Matagalpa. If you want to be anything with beach, Leon is going to be your winner, hands down. What you can do in the kind of Granada, Managua sort of area is split the difference and do Masaya. Moderate-sized city, smaller than most of the ones we've mentioned, big enough to have a number of things. You can go to Granada very easily. So if you're on your chill weekend and you're like, you know what? I'm okay taking a shuttle for 20 minutes, super cheap, going to be downtown Granada. I'm going to go hang out on the Calzada. I'm just going to walk around, pay too much for food, listen to a band, hang out with the crowds in the tourist area, and then work my way back to Masaya at night. And then also you can be like, you know what? I'm going to go into the big city. I'm going to go into Managua, do some shopping. I know it's hectic, but I'm only going to go so far as the mall, go to the Gallerias. Lots of restaurants, lots of shopping, the whole stretch between Masaya and there, beautiful. Those would be, I think that Masaya would work really well for 3 months. So those are my three, I think, picks if it's your first time, and because you don't want to be adventurous on your first time, typically. And I think all three of those would give you the opportunity to be very low key, where you could have nightlife, and you want to go out, dancing, listen to music, just food. All of those completely doable. All the time. You want to be able to do some shopping. Definitely Masaya will have a lot more shopping than the others, but you can travel. All of them you could use as a base to go other places. Masaya will be the best as a base, then Leon, then Matagalpa. All of them will be affordable, slightly different. Messiah will be the most expensive, then Matagalpa, then Leon, but we're talking really close. Not like Granada where you're like, oh, no, that's a bit more. You notice. This might be like at the end of your 3 months, a difference of $100, right? So very close. Maybe a little bit more, $200, but not big differences. And yeah, that's kind of my recommendations. If you have additional details, let me know. But that's what I'm thinking. And certainly, all three of those, rock solid internet is available. The place you rent may not offer it, but all those cities will get it no problem. If I lived in any of those cities and I bought a house and I was putting in my own internet, I'd have no issues whatsoever. I just call Techo, get something great. So they definitely exist. Murad Hassan Joy says, hi, Scott. Hey, how you doing? Kevin says, bus trips are hard to organize, out of order. Murad says, how are you, man? I am good. It's a bit tired, although I'm getting some energy. Talking to you guys ramps me up. It really does. Especially when there's questions to answer, then I get excited. I'm like, I got things to talk about. So especially if I'm able to answer them. If there's a lot of questions I can't answer, then I just get depressed. Foursquare King, there's two things I guarantee if you're in Hako, you will get robbed and fall in love, and it could be the same. Okay, that's Hako. That is true. I've heard a lot of that about Hako. I do need to get down to Hako and film myself getting robbed. Patricia says, I just saw a post that Amazon is now offering $5 flat rate delivery to certain areas of Argentina, Bahamas, Cayman Islands, Ecuador, and Trinidad and Tobago. Is Nicaragua next? Probably not. But it would be cool. But, Patricia, were you here that I tried out Envios Fast Track, and so far, really good shipping to Nicaragua. It's not $5 flat, but it's pretty good. Okay, I spent $20 on this last one, but it was a rush on air shipping. It should be way cheaper when I'm doing maritime. I wanted to test the air freight, and I really wanted to get this new toy that just arrived, so I sent that. I'm going to be shipping, I hope, a Rode Pod mic, XLR full professional mic. You can guess for what, the podcast, yes. Which is broken, I know. It's on my list to work on. But I'm planning on shipping that maritime, which will take a few weeks, but hoping to get that here. And I will be hopefully able to use it on the show. That I haven't figured out yet. Bus trips, how are you, man? Two things. I just saw a post, yep. Hable Moscon Alien says, hi, I'm a Spanish teacher from Nicaragua. Hello, what's your actual name? Is it Elian? It's a lot of Hable Moscon. Hit us up with your information. Generic Expats, Eric from Generic Expats says, your video today, thumbnail rocks, best one ever. Okay, I don't even know what it is. I saw your note about that. Hold on. I have to go look at it and figure out what it is. Oh, I can't look at it while I'm live streaming. It's on the same page. I have to open a new page. We'll have it in a second. Is it just me going, that's my best thumbnail ever? Is me like, it's like the worst one ever. That was. I didn't even have time to look at it. I would not have done that had I had time. But I think you actually left a comment that it was the best one. That's just funny. Foursquare King. Yep. Joseph is here. Hey, Joseph. Why did you pick Nicaragua out of all places instead of like Asia, India, Europe, etc.? Okay, so that is actually really simple. Okay, but first I'm going to answer these other questions so people can do that. Well, so I'm going to come back because Joseph has like a real question that I can dig into. I'm going to hit these others that I see on my screen because they're really quick and easy. Don Johnson just joined membership on the channel, so awesome. Thank you so much. Don, that's amazing. Thank you. So for those who weren't here at the beginning, it's a new thing we turned on. We talked about it last week. It is purely for those who want to help support the channel. We are going to try my best to come up with cool things to do on it, and I'm totally open to your guys' suggestions. It's a thing that YouTube pushed really hard as a way to get sponsorship, and they incentivized us to turn it on and give it a try. So I jumped on it because I felt like I couldn't leave it off. I don't want anyone to feel pressure to do this at all. We're going to try to give like cool stickers and badges and that kind of stuff for people who are using it, and we're going to have a private chat room. We're going to come up with our best to come up with things that make it cool. Like, I really want it to be meaningful, but it is essentially a way that you can just do a subscription to the channel and help support the work that we're doing because that way we have an ongoing membership that helps pay for things, because it really is costly, and YouTube pays like peanuts. Luckily, I like peanuts, so like many elephants, I will work for those, but it is not very much, right? It is a little bit depressing doing Nicaraguan content, because if I did other types of content, they would pay a lot more for the same size audience. So we have a giant audience, but no money comes in. So the membership really does make a difference. But absolutely no one for whom it is a hardship. Please do not feel any obligation. I really hate asking for anything, but it does help. So thank you very much. And you'll see that Don now has a star by his name. I believe that is automated by the system. I'm not 100% sure on that, but this is all new. We're learning as we go. This is our first live stream where the system existed. So Kevin asked, how do you do the membership when you're on when you're on the live stream or anything? There's a button that says join, and that lets you pop right in. So you just go to that, and you're good to go. So that's what it is. It's the join button that does it. And I think we have room. We got to maybe move the light. My wife, Dominica, is joining us for the live stream. You just missed our member discussion. We have 2 new members so far as I'm scrolling down the list. We had some members from before, but we have 2 who joined during the live stream.
Cool.
What can I do to help you move into the space? The chair's right there. This light is in the way. I have to put it back. Excuse me just a second as we move things around.
Were you doing a soft lighting test or something?
I am, since Grumpy Don said not Don that just joined, Grumpy Don from Ecuador, complained about my lighting not being good because it was blown out. We have turned it way down, and I think people are liking it a little bit better. I think that's a little bit too much on the background. We're going to turn that just ever so slightly. Is that better? Now nope, it's too much. Too much. It's a fail, but we'll see when my wife gets in here how it works out.
Oh, like I can balance out the light?
Yes. Well, yeah, because you have hair.
Oh, I do have hair.
Yes. It's like magic. I don't know what that's like anymore. There was a time where I had hair, but it was long enough ago that I don't really remember. Eric does ask, now my microphone doesn't want to stand up. Sorry if it's not. There we go. Eric asks, oh no, it all scrolled right by. Here it is. Were you a vegetarian when you managed the Burger King back in the States as well? If so, when did you become a vegetarian? And Kevin just saw the option. Fantastic. So I was not a vegetarian. I managed it in the mid-90s. So that would have been rough because they didn't have vegetarian food at all back then. But so back then I still ate chicken and stuff, so I did okay. I became a vegetarian in 2001?
Yeah.
You are completely off camera, by the way.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
But I can't get into camera. So.
Oh.
What do you want me to do?
It's my fault.
Yes.
And it isn't hers at all.
I was just waiting for you to stop talking. It's hard to.
I see.
It's hard to get your attention while you're actively talking.
Actively answering questions.
Yeah.
I need to find some place for some of the stuff on the desk. I don't have a good. By the way, this week we're on the Fujinon lens, which I don't normally use. Last week we were on the TT Artisans. I love this lens. I don't know if it'll focus. Our faces are taking priority. Oh no, it's not this is not one of those like shopper cameras. It's like nope. It's like I see a face, you're getting a face.
This is giving very gray. Nobody look! Don't look at me!
Okay, so the real question was, up at the top, Joseph asked, why did you pick Nicaragua out of all places instead of like Asia, India, Europe, etc.? So I'm sure Dominica will have lots of input on this as well, and will correct my input.
I always try to.
But so we did a bit of a number of things. We did a lot of research. We did a lot of travel. And there's a lot of great places. Like all those are potentially good places. And for us, we had a number of, I think, kind of requirements, maybe that we didn't articulate really strongly, but we definitely were considering. And one is we didn't want to be in an English-speaking spot. We wanted to break with the culture that we grew up with. Not because it's a bad culture, because we wanted to give ourselves and our children exposure to a larger world of things. You can bring that up. You're really low. I think it's because of... Well, because my chair's up full and yours is like down low. Because it's at video game height, not sitting on the live stream height.
I can't, like, how do you
If
get up?
you stand, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to like lift it though because it's
Okay.
because the chair's broken. There, it's coming a bit. There, give that a try. There we go. That's way more in line.
I was feeling a bit short, but
Yeah.
I do in
But she thought it was
everyday
like
life,
just regular
so, you
life,
know.
so she didn't know. I need to, if I get up, I can twist the zoom lens a little bit and get you a little bit more on camera. I can move over just the slightest bit, but there we go. Hello.
Too close. Ew.
Yeah. Goodies on the camera. So we wanted to make sure we were getting a culture that gave us just more fun in life and our kids a broader world exposure. So that didn't rule out most of the places you mentioned, but it would rule out the Englands, the Canadas, the New Zealands, the Australias, the Belize's. And we wanted them to be multilingual, hopefully polyglots, but we'll settle for bilingual. And so we wanted to be in a place that would really force that. So one of the things that that does kind of rule out is a lot of like India and Asia. A lot of those languages are very, very difficult to learn as a second language. Would be very hard for us to help them with, and wouldn't necessarily be things that they would likely carry into adulthood. So just Thailand, for example, if we had chosen to live there, which is a cool place that people should definitely consider. If our kids were to learn Thai, yeah, if they decided to live in Thailand for forever or use it as a place that they were in part-time, that would work out fine. But if they did anything else, it would not. Getting Spanish is really great because if you are anywhere in Latin America, basically you can speak Spanish. And even if you're in Brazil, you can often speak Spanish. But learning Portuguese is pretty easy if you speak Spanish. So they'll have that exposure. They'll have this giant part of the world. Plus, that gives them parts of Europe where they have languages. So that's a great linguistic winner in general. We did investigate Europe heavily. Like Europe was major consideration. We put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, both research and being there. And there's a lot of places that we really loved. Why do we rule out Europe? I mean, so big things. Before we get into anything that's opinion, we have family in the United States. Like we're both Americans. That's where we're from. So all the grandparents, siblings, all that stuff. Well, her siblings, I don't have any. Are all in the U.S. So any amount of going to see family, having a geographic distance that is close to Texas in this case, is important for us. So it makes it easy to physically go see family. And being in roughly the same time zone, or in our case, it actually worked out the exact same time zone as our family back home, makes it very easy for like our kids and their cousins to spend time together. So those things, and my job is in that time zone. So that made life just logistically easier. We could consider other things, but those were big factors. But we could work around those, and Europe was really awesome. What were your Europe not factors?
Well, it's harder to stay long-term in Europe. Like unless you have a path to citizenship.
Right.
And that takes a while because
Yep.
in the Schengen, you get in for 90 and then you have to be out for 90 before you can go back in. So any place in the Schengen, like Spain,
which is the majority of Europe.
right? It was that, and like we lived in Romania for 3 months, and I don't have a hope of speaking Romanian. Like it's too hard. Just like I can't speak German, I can't speak and I can, and it's a different, no. Anything with a different alphabet is not doable for me. And like the thing that you didn't really mention much of when you were talking specifically about Asia is that it's just so far. Like
I didn't
so
mention
far because
specifically.
I've been to Thailand. And I love Thailand, and actually it has a similar feel, and the Cordoba and the baht have a similar value in comparison to the U.S. dollar, and so it was like I didn't have to learn any new money math when we went, and it just like something about it has a lot of like very, very different, culturally different, but also has some of the same feel of Nicaragua reasons why I like it. But much bigger. Bangkok is just an enormous city, an enormous modern city. But outside of Bangkok, like the countryside and the smaller places just have it's a similar feel to Nicaragua. And I really, really liked it. And it would be a consideration if it wasn't so far. It's too far. It's too far to be there and to ever hope to like see people again, because I was in Asia for 2 months and I was like, oh man, I don't want to make this trip back, that felt like I just did it. So that's a huge reason why not anywhere in Asia is more than just visiting. The thing about Europe is that it's more expensive. So it's just, you have to have a lot more resources, and your money just doesn't go as far to live in Europe. Mm-hmm. So it's easier, money wise, like financially, it's easier to be somewhere in Central America.
Especially when it's, when we have our cheap flights, which is not all year round, right? But during the time that we do, when all the airlines are running right now, it's like we can be going up for, I forget what we were getting, $79 at the right times, right? So it's like, and it's quick, 2 hours and you're back in the States. So that's big. And Asia, it's like, well, it's $1,000 every time you go and you lose a day, an entire day. Those are really big deals for doing anything. Yeah, and the everyday, practical. Just the everyday, your life is off by so many hours unless you disconnect. If you're a retiree, you're not talking to anyone, you're not connected, doesn't matter, then those things will definitely hit completely differently. But having kids and still being working, it's a big deal. Nicaragua also has really important reasons. It's safe. That's huge. Obviously, like Europe and Southeast Asia are really safe places in general, so that's not ruling them out. But within the region, Nicaragua is the most safe long-term country. El Salvador is fantastically safe, but it has only been safe for a very short period of time. 1, it was not safe when we were evaluating. 2, it was not safe when we moved. And now it is safe, but it has not been for very long. So while I'm absolutely thrilled with what El Salvador is doing, I want to go up and do lots of filming and spend time up there and all kinds of things, it was not in our roadmap. And still, the things that are going great up there look like they're doing really well, and we hope that they start to catch up with Nicaragua, but they have not yet. And so here in Nicaragua, and this is not a huge factor for people moving in, but it's not a zero factor. Our economy is on the upper half of the region, whereas El Salvador, the U.S., and Canada are at the bottom of the region with the smallest growth, the smallest advancement in their GDP over the last several years. And so while, it's doing better than the U.S., which is crushing Canada. Canada's like in negative numbers, I'm hearing. It's bad. But El Salvador is in a inching forward but losing ground against the region position right now. I understand they've only been safe for a little bit of time. It takes time to turn their economy around or build one. They're in that boat. But it's going to be several years before we even see if their economic growth is something that they can kick off, initiate, and then if they can sustain it. Whereas Nicaragua is under healthy growth at good numbers. Nothing crazy. They're not doing awesome like Costa Rica and Panama. Those are, and Belize, their economies are pedal to the metal for the most part. But it has a really good, solid, long-term, healthy organic growth. And that means when you live in the country, you're seeing good things on a regular basis. You see the infrastructure improving. You see the housing improving. You see the middle class rising. It's really visible in just the time we've been here. Mm-hmm. And those are things that basically wherever you're going to be in the ecosystem, are you one of the wealthy that has really wants to spend lots of money, you're middle class and you're just living like everyone else, you're really trying to squeeze by, all those people, those categories of people are seeing an improvement in their quality of life here in Nicaragua. So basically if you're living here, you're going to be in the rising tides floats all ships or whatever it's called. So I think that's a factor, that what you see is long-term having been reliably improving. So you can kind of bank on that. Nicaragua is importantly, not only does it have the easiest of all those places to move in, right? From a paperwork perspective, from a qualification perspective, there's basically nowhere that is as easy and quick and reliable. Also, its allowances for allowing you to work remotely as a digital nomad or a digital expat is unprecedented. They are the best in the world. They are tax-free for people in that category, 100% tax-free in reference to those parts of the economy, which is also not unheard of, but not that common. It is really, really good. You don't have to have special permission to be a digital nomad. And the road and technology infrastructure here are among the best on the continent. And so your ability to work remotely is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, you just have to make sure that you do the things that you're supposed to do the right way. Like follow the rules, and all of those things are true. If you follow the rules, it's very reliable. If you try not to follow the rules and do weird things, then you're probably going to have problems. So don't do that.
Right. Yeah. Don't be weird. Don't try to work around.
Don't try to work around stuff that's easy. Like it's very confusing, and I think it's misinformation, because you will, if you look for it, you'll find somebody to give you all the wrong information.
Right.
Especially because it benefits them. Especially if it benefits them.
Yep. To
be the one to help you. Yeah. So just do your own research and follow the rules, and it's very easy. And to be very honest, it would be hard for you to get me to move somewhere other than Nicaragua. Like travel, yes, I will travel, but if you tried to get me to move to a different place in the region, you would have a hard time. Like I have a life here, I have friends, that are family.
Even moving out of Leon.
Yeah, I don't. Right. Yeah, I really don't want to be anywhere else. Like this is home.
Yep.
So, this is home base. It doesn't mean I don't travel. It doesn't mean I don't.
Which we did. We just did Argentina.
Yes, we did.
Yes, which you were not here for any Argentina recap, so we can talk about Dominica's portion of Argentina recap now that she's here. But I think that really kind of gives the Nicaragua thing lots of great options in the region that meet some of the same requirements. Costa Rica, way more costly, not as safe, but not horribly, well, it's pretty costly. It's not dangerous, it's just not as safe. Has a lot of good things, has better restaurants than Nicaragua, pretty much, right? Not 100%, but most, 90% of things at least.
A lot more variety is the biggest thing.
And but
like we really feel the lack of Indian restaurants here.
That impacts
us. It makes me very sad.
Yeah, we could really do with a lot more as far as variety of restaurants. That's honestly maybe my biggest thing living here. Litter, dogs on the street, variety of restaurants. That's like the big three at this point, having lived here for a number of years.
Mm-hmm. Which are pretty minor things to have complaints about.
Overall, yeah.
Those are pretty minor.
Until we go to order dinner, then it's a pretty big complaint.
True.
And then Panama is wonderful, and I think for many people going to be a better option than Costa Rica. Lower cost. I think it's a little bit more dangerous, if that's right, but Costa Rica specifically, danger tends to be for tourists, so you got to be careful. Honduras, definitely a lot more dangerous, but cheap like Nicaragua. El Salvador, who knows where it's going to go. Right now, great, but we're going to wait and see. Guatemala is a bit different. Lots of great stuff up there, very different mix. And then Mexico is huge and has just everything you can hunt through. All great options. But after having chosen Nicaragua, the partially it's the feel.
Yeah.
Right? The vibe of everyday life, the pace of everyday life. What little bit of time we spend in Mexico, love it, but it doesn't have a Nicaragua feel. Like nothing like makes me go like, oh no, I got to move up to Mexico. It's like could I do this? Yeah, of course, but Nicaragua really does just have a general life quality that works, and everything checks the boxes. The complete lack of major negatives is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that India never really on our radar. We have daughters, so India is not a place I would visit, honestly. Lots of Asia would easily be on the radar. Lots of Europe easily on the radar,
mm-hmm.
And was Right. Definitely Europe we considered very heavily because the flight times to where we grew up in New York, not bad. And we even kicked around, very briefly bits of Africa and just entertained the idea. And of course, South America, we also considered. And much of South America, I think, is fantastic. Its flight time to home is the biggest stuff.
Yeah, it's also far away.
Yep. So.
But it's Europe far away. It's not Asia far away.
It's in between. A little bit farther than Europe. Well, it depends where you're going. If you're going to Peru, yeah, it's Europe. Europe far away from there. Kevin says, I see the option now. That is about the memberships. Awesome. Joseph says, I tried vegetarian food for the first time, and holy hell, it was not good. Lol. And it was a fancy restaurant in Long Beach, California. That might be the problem.
I don't want to comment on that, but like fancy hoity-toity California restaurant, I probably wouldn't like it either, man.
Yeah, a lot of times and you gotta. I mean, we'd have to see what you got, right? Being vegetarian, I think, has been really good. We get lots of food that we like. It's not.
If you remember what you ordered, I can comment on your order and tell you if I would have liked it just based on what it was. Yep.
Kevin says, we absolutely need a White Castle, Nicaragua. Me gustaría 48 sliders, por favor. Oh, I was 48. I thought it was a type of slider that I read. No, it's actually 48 sliders. Honestly, we would really like a White Castle. Things like that. Those are flavors and styles that we miss.
Only if they actually bring the vegetarian.
So we're ovo-lacto pescatarian, traditional vegetarian. So they also have the crab cake.
Yeah.
And they had a fish.
Yeah.
And
they had like 2 different kinds of veggie burgers. So if they also brought those things, then I'd be down. And actually, the Burger King, now we don't know. You did the whole thing on Burger King, so we don't know if they're going to come back with the chicken.
Yeah.
But the chicken, the King veggie, brought back a flavor of my childhood that I had forgotten that I liked so much, and that vegetarian. Not chicken stout. Well, that's actually a brand. Sorry. The vegetarian, the Veggie King was so freaking good, and they haven't had anything. They fed me chicken the last time I was there, so it's going to be a bit before I'm able to try them again, to be honest, in Managua, because I'm a little traumatized by people feeding me chicken. Like, yeah, that's a little traumatizing.
That was not cool, BK Managua.
No, it was sadness.
Yeah.
It tasted like sadness, and it was bad.
But White Castle, I honestly think if you could bring a White Castle in here, it has potential.
Castle,
because
cool.
there's nothing like that. I've never seen a slider here. People know what they are. Like, they can be made. I guess Nemo.
So actually, we were going to do sliders, but we would have to make the buns. Mm-hmm. And at that time, I was the one doing the baking as we developed it, and then like having to teach somebody else how to make bread and how to make the buns as well as I can is difficult. I'm gonna let the dog in.
Yep. So I'm telling Dominica so that she can hear this. The dog wanted to come in, but earlier on it, she's not on right at the moment. Janet commented that she was out with Jerry and Victoria. And Ramon at Desperados yesterday. They went to everywhere on the beach except our place. They went to Mike's, but it was closed. They went to Suyapa, but of course that's not good. They went to Playa Roca, or considered it, and then moved on, and then ended up at Desperados. That was a lot of work to avoid us. But now they're sorry that they looked at other places because they said it was really good, and that's where they'll go next time. But they were there for her birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Janet.
But I don't think she's on at the moment. She's teaching a class, but she'll be back.
Later,
yeah.
Then.
But
That's
they
cool.
said it was really good, and they enjoyed it.
Awesome. I like to hear that.
So that was very cool. Is that beer kicker? Man, I got to get glasses. With the screen this much farther away, I'm like really struggling.
It's like beer X kicker, or it could be beer kiss kicker.
Beer or it could
kiss kicker.
It
beer
could be
times
beer times
kicker.
kicker. Yep. Anyway, other than having my pets vaccinated, is there any other criteria for getting them in the country from Canada? So I'm going to let Dominica answer this, but just a reminder that we have a soft commitment that on next week's live stream, we're going to have veterinarian Dr. Jorge on the show. He was almost able to do tonight, but he had to go deliver a dog, not as a baby, had to deliver someone's dog that was seeing the doctor. And that could have gone either way. So he couldn't be on tonight. He was here minutes before the live stream. And but he said next week he wants to be on, and it'll be cool. So that will be...
Hang on.
Oh, more
Hang on.
dog
Come
issues.
here. Come
The
here.
doggy wants to come up.
on.
Oh, there we got him. Is he on? There he is.
Yes. Okay.
There's our baby.
He needs snuggles.
Hi.
His feet are wet.
Hi.
It's raining.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
cold. And he was snuggling, and I left to come do this.
Oh, he was very happy that Dr. Jorge was here this afternoon. He lost it when Dr. Jorge got here. He was just jumping up, and then he got onto the couch, and he never does this. He leaned back, so he was in the corner of the couch, and leaning back, so he's kind of on his back, but kind of standing up, and he just kept going like this. And Dr. Jorge was like tickling him, and he's like...
You weirdo.
So funny.
Yes,
he loves his doctor.
Okay, so granted, I have not recently checked the requirements. The last time I looked at them, I'm going to say was probably a year ago, and they had been the same. So aside from the vaccinations, first of all, you have to have a government health certificate, whatever that means in Canada, the
right.
official travel health certificate. So you have to complete whatever requirements are on Canada's travel health certificate, because that is what you need. You need a health certificate, and ours had to come from the USDA, which is the agricultural governing body in the U.S. So we actually, and it had to be, we had to go see a vet that did this, and they had to send the paper to the New York state office of the USDA, and then it had to be FedExed, overnighted. The actual physical paper had to be overnighted. There's no electronic copies. It has to be original copies. And I think we needed 2 of them, so that's something you need to double check. And so that is a process that takes several days. And you cannot do it too far ahead of time. You have a limited amount of time before the dog enters Nicaragua to have a fresh health certificate, and also a fresh rabies vaccine within a certain amount of time, a fresh health certificate, and needs to have been dewormed, I think, in the past 5 days, has to have been dewormed. It's 3 to 5 days. So there are very time-sensitive requirements. So you have to double check those things, because we almost couldn't take our flight because we almost couldn't get the USDA certificate, because the information on the U.S. side, because Nicaragua doesn't know what the U.S. requirements are, the requirements on the U.S. side for that health certificate were not clear anywhere that I looked. And there were these like travel with your pet assisted websites, and they did not make clear what this process was like. So double check, and you can look this up, and there I think it's actually on, it's probably on like your embassy page, like your embassy information page. I feel like it's on there too. There's like a section about traveling with your pets. I'm trying to think, but do the Google, and look up the requirements.
Scott Allen Miller it.
Yes, Scott Allen Miller it. Look up the requirements, and then speak to a vet in your area that does it, and ask them how long it takes to get the certificate. Because once you have booked your flight, like once you've booked your means of transporting your animals, you sure as hell don't want to miss that flight. So you need to, well ahead of time, have this set up. You need to have your vet on board with the things that need to be done, and you need them to communicate to you how long it's going to take you to get that paperwork. Because for us, that was a near thing.
Yeah,
it was hours. It was literally hours. It was literally hours.
It was so stressful. And we took a private flight. Like, we had a chartered flight. We were not going to miss, Avianca and just have to book the next one. This was a really, really, really big deal. Yeah,
this was really bad. And the lack of information about the U.S. side from the U.S. about how to get one of those certificates from the USDA and how that worked was just nobody had the right information. So whatever that looks like in Canada, do your research, because I really can't speak to that. But please be sure you know what you need to do. But the worming in that health certificate, along with a rabies vaccine within a certain amount of time, and and that's the main, in like the standard vaccines for the dog, but they have to be within a range. No sooner than this amount of time, no older, like no later than this amount of time. So the time frames are the hardest part. There are specific time frames for those things for your pets, and you want to make sure that you're well informed about what they are.
Right. Yeah. So thank you.
Yep.
That's an important one and tough. Don Johnson says, I can teach him how to speak Spanish. Larry says, Rivas San Jorge would be good for 3 months. It would be. I've not spent enough time in Rivas to really say, but San Jorge is beautiful. I do like San Jorge. And we do have people from San Jorge who hang out on the show. Speaking of people who hang out on the show, a month ago or more, some folks were on the show, and we're talking about Twins Restaurant in Sutiava. That may have been 2 months ago, actually. It was like your first night.
Yeah, it was my first night.
And so it turns out she had never been to Twins, which is like our local, like real restaurant. Like obviously we have street food and stuff, but of like actual restaurants, it's probably our closest one.
Yeah.
And she actually didn't know where it was. I had been there with Paul 2 years ago, and I was like, yeah, we went there once. And she's like, wait, is this really close? Wait, they're on our live stream? What? Of course we're going. So we went last night with Paul Baker, who has been on, if you guys have seen the episode of the singing Scottish monk, that was Paul Baker, and we had a short yesterday, so you knew he was here, and so I was doing some filming with him, and our friends Alan and Anna who Alan is often on the live stream, so if he pops up, and we all went out to Twins, and Alan was like, I don't know, where do you guys want to go? And I'm like, you know what, we've been wanting to go back to Twins, you want to go there? And he's like, I don't think I've ever been there. And so it was new for most everybody except me, but we walk in, they've completely revamped the place, and last time it was like a nice Nicaraguan restaurant. Like it was clean, it was very well laid out, like everything was nice, but it wasn't like knock your socks off. And then we went in last night. Now understand this is Nicaragua, so these aren't going to be the most amazing things for most people, but when you live in the barrio, right, this is one of the poorest barrios in western Nicaragua. This is deep in the barrio. This is not on a main road by any stretch whatsoever. This is so hidden on a side road in this very low-income barrio, and it's just a house out front with Twins written on it. And you walk inside, and they have a beautiful tiled, all green walls and neon and beautiful twinkle lights and a beautiful reception and an outdoor space with these nice outdoor tiles. And then the main restaurant is all enclosed, which is unheard of, especially here in Leon, where it's just not a thing. Air conditioned, super fancy with soft lighting, soft like elevator music at exactly the right volume, the little expensive lamps on the tables to make it like everything was set like a really fancy restaurant.
I would argue that it is one of the fanciest restaurants, like fanciest for ambiance wise restaurants in Leon.
Absolutely. I don't even know.
It is. I'm trying. Well,
Convento.
Yeah, El Convento. It has like Jalisco. The food there is hit or miss for me. Not eating steak, it's very hit or miss at Jalisco.
Even the people eating steak have been hit or miss there.
Okay, but the ambiance there is really good. Mm-hmm. It's like a modern.
It's Nicaragua modern.
It's Nicaragua modern. That's what I would call it. Yeah, it's Nicaragua modern, and Twins has that, but like better execution.
Absolutely.
And it has so it has basically it's an enclosed dining room that's beautiful, and then they also have outdoor dining space as well.
They do. You can eat outside.
So it's not just eating inside. You can also choose to eat outside. But the inside, not only does it have like really nicely laid tables with tablecloths and like table decorations and all the and like placemats, all this stuff, like fancy for Nicaragua, fancy for Leon. But they also have this area with it's a tree made out of like twine to look like branches, I would say, and then it has artificial wisteria hanging from the ceiling. Mm-hmm. So it has like this, and it has lower chairs and a low table in the middle. So it's like a conversation area, but it's so pretty, like perfect for pictures. Yep. It's an event space. If you were going to have a party and you were going to have, I'm going to say about 30 people, probably 25, 30 people.
Yeah.
That would be a beautiful space for a private event, for a on the small end, private event, private meetings, like with air conditioning, and the power kept going out, which was really annoying because it was storming. So like there would be thunder and then the power would go out again. But then it kept coming back on.
Last night was the night that the lightning hit the cathedral in Leon and blew part of the railing of the top of the cathedral off.
It was pretty intense, that storm.
It was a big storm.
Yeah, it was quite intense, thunder and lightning. But it was beautiful. Really nice restaurant.
Yeah, so impressed.
Yes.
Like they were nice last time.
I was like, Scott, why didn't you, like, this is what this looks like? They have air conditioning? What? He's like, they did not have this the last time I was here.
It was nothing like that. It was good service. It was a nice place. It was still a shock you how nice it was in the barrio, but this is shock you how nice it is in Leon.
Like, that is a destination. It is
absolutely
really nice.
And in that defense of that concept, they actually advertise it in Guadalupe. As you enter the city from Managua, there is a billboard for it that's like, there's a secret restaurant all the way across the city in the barrio that you should check out, but everybody ignores the billboards. To Paul's point, everybody ignores that billboard, and even the people who live right in front of it are like, I don't know there's a billboard there. But it's not in a great spot to see, right in front of the U of M campus. But I would say, to the best of my knowledge, that from a fancy perspective, I would say it's in the top three.
Yeah.
Convento, Bistro, and Twins. Nothing else seems to come close.
Which one? Bistro?
Bistro's the one across the street from the Monte Carlo Casino.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That,
in La Perla. That one? In La Perla
in La
Hotel?
Perla, yes.
Okay.
The La Perla Hotel's restaurant is Bistro 1852 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, yeah. So Twins, which we learned we should go back to here on the live stream, for the win. If you're in the area, definitely check them out. Menu was mostly steak. Mm-hmm. They had curvina. They had... they did have chicken, right? I saw... Yes.
Yeah, there was chicken.
We got chicken.
There was meat stuff and chicken, and then there were a couple of ways to have shrimp and a couple of ways to have curvina.
And a couple of ways to have pasta.
And pasta. Oh, yes. And they had a pasta selection.
Yep.
And
salads.
Yep. And they had some salads. And we tried one of the salads, and we got the camarones empanizadas, the fried breaded shrimp. And it was good. It was all good. And we're going to take the girls there because there's enough options for them to choose something. Mm-hmm. And I think that they're going to be happy with having a new place to go with variety that has an inside dining room, because our older daughter does not like to eat outside.
Yep.
It makes her very nervous. Moths make her nervous. So
yeah, that is there. I think they're going to enjoy it because it's a place, because it's quiet. We can actually talk.
Yes.
That the music was at the perfect volume. That is so rare here. So.
I found it a little bit loud, the music, but not like Nicaragua restaurant loud. It was just a little, I wished it was a little bit lower. Mostly because when I'm speaking Spanish, I can't anticipate what somebody's going to say. So if I can't hear it really clearly, I have to concentrate really hard, and it's fatiguing. Mostly that. I could hear people, it's more fatiguing if there's music that I have to listen above.
For sure.
Yep.
All right, so Larry says White Castle for sure. Kevin? Don Johnson says, Sarah, I am also looking for a short-term stay to find a long-term stay, so maybe we can coordinate. Definitely. And hit me up, guys. Let's, shoot me an email, and we can coordinate and do our best to come up with options and ideas and areas and stuff. And it's also possible if like Sarah's coming for 3 months and Don's coming for 3 months, but they're not the same 3 months, it's possible that you can suddenly get into one of those 6-month places and split it somehow, and because there's a lot of places that won't do 3 months. So that could make a difference. The anomaly, this tells you how far back we are in the thing. I can see the list of stuff getting longer. So the anomaly, welcome, by the way, says, what is the name of the volcano? I believe the one that you are referencing is the one you can stare into the depths of the abyss. That is Masaya volcano, which generally you reach from Managua. Patricia says, I think it's hablemos con Elian. That makes sense. I have a really hard time with Spanish when the words are run together. I can't figure out where the break is supposed to be, no matter how obvious it might be. Port City says, I'll look into Messiah, looking to work remotely for 3 months in Nicaragua. Yep, all of those will work absolutely fine for that, but Messiah might be really cool, for sure. Larry says, is that new member Don Johnson, star of Miami Vice? That is what I'm told. I keep asking. He says it's true. Mike Rivas is here. Hello again, Scott. Hey, Mike. Good to have you here. Sorry it took so long before we could say hello. Eric says, I believe the Spanish also, hablemos con means let's all talk with Elian. That makes a lot of sense. Don says, no, but I can teach you some Spanish. If you want to learn some Spanish, I'm probably coming in November to look to possibly move to Nicaragua if I like it as much as I think I will. Awesome. Don, looking forward to having you here. Foursquare King, where did you and your wife meet for the first time? This is a popular question.
That's a long story. Can we like table that for a second?
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Foursquare King.
We talk too much when we talk about that.
We do. We have to catch up, and then when we have a lull, we can use that to fill in.
Yeah.
Rick from Denver. I hear he's in Denver. He says greetings from Denver. Well, that was redundant. Yes. Hey, Rick. Good to have you here. Don says, I believe I want to stay in Leon temporarily and look for a permanent place from there. Awesome.
Don, we recommend Leon. We just, like, this is where I wouldn't choose to live somewhere else. I'm really glad we live here.
I wouldn't only because of the people, but I really like Matagalpa.
You like the weather.
I like the weather. I also like the mountains. I like being able to look out and seeing like things above me and some things below. Like I like that you can see more of a city.
I don't like the drive. There's switchbacks. You know how I feel about switchbacks. Yes, there are. Mostly they're on the other side, but there are enough.
Right, there's a lot on the other side.
That road makes me sick.
E. Garcia says, greetings from North Dallas. What part of North Dallas are you in? Have we asked this before? I always want to know. Because we used to live in Carrollton, just 5 houses from technically North Dallas. Right at the railroad tracks at, I don't even remember, Sheridan. Kevin says, I'll be in country in November as well, checking out different places, Managua, Jinotega, Esteli, Granada, and Managua. Awesome. We're going to have a party here in November. Maybe we can do the Jalapa trip in November. I think that's when we were saying we might be able to do it. That'd be super cool. Jalapa road trip, especially for our members. That'll be one of our membership things. Be a member, go on an annual outing trip. Actually, I like that. That would be really cool. We can talk about that in the members group. Rob Thader, trying to sign up for Nica Habla, and when putting into password it says, please match the selected format, but it doesn't show which format is required. Oh. Okay. So Nica Habla, I need to make a how-to on this. Maybe wait for that, because I'll try to do that maybe tomorrow. But with Nica Habla, you have to do it on the website, not on an app. The app will constantly change it to the wrong server, and while it's possible to do it on the app, it is so hard. What you do is go to app.nicahabla.com and make sure the server always says nicahabla.com, and then you put in your username and password is just normal, if that helps. But I will actually do a full video walkthrough where I show setting up an account so that people can see it. It is so quirky because they're trying to trick you into making a matrix account, because Nica Habla is controlled here in Nicaragua, but the software that accesses it is not, and they're trying to get you on the matrix.org server. I don't know why they're so like that, but that's why, and it causes a lot of problems. Kevin says, hey, Rick from Denver. I'm in southwestern Nebraska, neighbor. In digital format, says, explain dangerous. In digital, I'm sorry, it's been so long since we said dangerous, I'm not sure.
Are they talking about countries that are more dangerous?
That's what I'm not sure. You got to fill us in and tell us which dangerous we're explaining. Gigi's here. Hey, Gigi. I'd like your opinion. If someone is working online from the from U.S. for U.S. company.
No, for a U.S. company.
And
World War III happens. How can someone make money to survive in Nicaragua? Ideas?
So the first thing is, if World War III happens, right, and the U.S. doesn't collapse, then you would just keep working, and nothing would change. The World War III would be pretty dramatic, and life would be crazy, but you would be, you'd just be carrying on. If the U.S. gets wiped out and the global economy collapses, then, and this is really important as a concept, if you're looking at the fall of, let's say, Uganda has a war breakout. I don't think they have a war going on right now, so it's just a hypothetical. Uganda has a sudden war breakout and the country completely collapses. There'll be economic impact around the world, right? Stock markets will drop a few points and people will be worried. People will talk about things, but at the end of the day, nothing will really change. And it won't even make a huge ripple, small ripple. If the U.S. economy collapses, if the U.S. is wiped off the face of the earth, you're no longer able to work remotely, like the things that would trigger the inability to work for the U.S. would trigger an economic reset of the planet. We'd be looking at absolutely global mayhem. And what's really important about this is that there is no action possible for any person ever to take in that scenario to protect against that. There are so many unknowns because we're talking about a collapse unprecedented in human history. Nobody who tells you that something is going to work and some other thing is not going to work and you'll be able to do this, there's nothing that will reliably exist. That doesn't mean that you can't survive. It means that nothing going on now will be predictable then. You're talking about a level of resetting the entire game to the point that, you could be like, oh, we got paperwork in Nicaragua, we're able to work in Nicaragua, all these things, and then all the businesses in Nicaragua are gone because they all depended on businesses in the U.S. because the U.S. is such a huge linchpin in the global economy. The main agriculture of Nicaragua is sugar, mostly being sold to the north. That would vanish. The second biggest thing is rum being sold to the north. That would be gone. The third biggest thing is gold, mostly being sold to the north. That would be gone. Even though those things would exist, there'd be rum and sugar and gold. We can all sit on our piles of gold getting wasted while eating loads of candy, but there's no money or jobs because we'll be able to make those things but nothing else. Well, we can make food here and we have water, so we'll survive, but the economy will be gone. So you'll likely be out somewhere picking fruit because everyone's going to be either pulling water, building houses, or picking food because that's what's going to be needed when everything else is gone. Sure, some major things may survive. Who knows how impactful that'll be beyond the region, right? Is the U.S. gone, but Mexico's not? You're right. Our country's going to be rebuilding over the course of a decade to get the planet back on track. Yeah, they might be able to recover, but they may actually go through a total reset. All money may become worthless. All existing companies may dissolve. All existing governments could dissolve. This is a level of collapse no one is prepared for. Even the breakup of the Roman Empire, nothing compared to what this would be because Rome didn't collapse overnight. It didn't have a stock market that suddenly ceased to exist one day. They didn't have a global currency that suddenly ceased to exist one day. But the U.S. going completely annihilated would do those things. So there's literally no preparation for it. As people say, the best prep in all situations, be smart, motivated, educated, and rich. And not all those things are things you can control. Those are the things that typically protect you. But in an absolute economic reset, even the rich may get reset because none of the things the rich can hold, commodities, currency, gold, companies, those things may get reset. Even gold could become worthless when we go to a food and water-based economy, which could happen in a full collapse. So it's a thing, potentially to worry about. It is not a thing you can plan for in any way. The thing you can plan for is surviving the first round, which is if there's going to be a nuclear war to the level where the U.S. gets wiped out, Nicaragua is one of the places expected to survive because why would anybody bother bombing Nicaragua? It's a food source, and you're going to want rum when the world has collapsed. You're going to need it. So the last thing you want to do is bomb Nicaragua. It's not a threat to anybody. It's not bordering someone who's a threat to anybody. It's just benign. So yes, the U.S. famously likes to mess with Nicaragua, but definitely not when there's a full-scale war on. They're busy trying to survive. So yes, this is a great region to be in, but when the world resets, you'll have to evaluate your options and start from there. Nicaragua is also, right, they may be today, you're not allowed to work here. We're going to kick you out. You will then be an asylum seeker. Everything will change. You will not have a country to go back to, so you'll be in a completely different game than you are today. So, it's not a thing to worry about, not because it can't happen, just because there's no way that worrying will help you. But being here, the part you can deal with, being here will do more to protect you than pretty much anything else. Not being here would be the really bad situation. Patricia says, does Argentina have good chocolate? did we try?
Okay, so honestly, the only dessert stuff that we ate was really the alfajores.
Because that's what you do.
Oh, except that we went to a vegan restaurant. And the food that I got there, I didn't like the texture of it because I decided to get a milanesa, so like a fried, it's sort of like a schnitzel, like a fried breaded meat. But I got it in a seitan version, and their seitan had not a texture like mine. It was mushy, and I couldn't eat it. So I didn't like my food, but it was because I can't do textures like that, and I can't do mushy. We talked about veggie burgers. It was like a mushy veggie bean burger is what it felt like. So I did take it home and I baked it in the oven, and then I ate it, and it was pretty good. But anyway, so these women came in because it was actually the time for merienda. It was the time for afternoon tea. It wasn't dinner time because their dinner time is so late. I will never adapt to that.
This could be something Joseph could relate to.
And so these ladies came in and they were ordering their cafe and their pastries for meriendas, and they got this chocolate cake that looked really good, even though it was a vegan chocolate cake. And I'm like, I want a piece of that and I want to take it home with me. But I wasn't hungry because I feel like we had something else before it. We had like a dip or something. Did we have hummus? I can't remember. There was enough food that I didn't need to eat the sandwich that I didn't like.
I can't remember what we
So
got.
I brought that home, and I brought the cake home, and I put it in the fridge for a little while. And then later on, a couple hours later, I tried it, and it was freaking-tastic. Chocolate, like the chocolate ganache, and it was vegan and gluten-free, I think, and it was fabulous. So if that is how the chocolate things there are, because like it had a chocolate ganache and it was absolutely delicious, then the chocolate's probably good. But other than that, the only desserts we got were the alfajores.
Because they're overwhelming. Like, you can only eat
they're everywhere,
so much.
And it's the tradition. Oh my gosh, they're so rich. Dulce de leche is so rich that I couldn't eat a whole alfajore, like a regular size ones, only the mini ones. And I can't eat a whole one. It's just so rich.
Yep.
So that is the only thing I'm able to comment on the chocolate. Chocolate bars, we did not try.
Alfajores are so rich they make Elon Musk look poor. Yeah, they're ridiculous. You have like one, and you're like, I can't eat now.
They're absolutely an experience. They're a whole vibe.
Yep.
They're so good. Oh, we did get gelato one time, and the gelato was good.
We did. It was good gelato. Yep, that is true. We walked 12 blocks for that gelato.
Yeah, we did. It was.
Thank you,
was
Valentina,
yep.
for death marching us to get gelato, but it was good.
Yeah, it was quite good. But other than that, about chocolate, I'm not sure, Patricia. Sorry.
Yeah, I would guess they have good chocolate. They don't produce their own chocolate. It's not a chocolate production region, but neither is Switzerland, and they make good chocolate. So, in digital format, it says, did your partner do the food channel? No, not yet. She's talking about Marcella because she's going to be working on making her own channel.
Where she cooks Nicaraguan food?
Where she eats Nicaraguan. She's cook and eat, and she's going to do it in Spanish.
Okay.
So no, she's not started yet. She is in the process of moving to Leon. Her first load of her furniture has come, so she's struggling through being in Managua with only a few pieces of furniture at this point. But pretty soon, I expect her to get up and running with that. And we did a couple episodes of her eating food or her kids eating food here because we need her to do that because we don't eat meat. And so we can show all the stuff we eat, but there's a ton of like chicken and tacos on the road that always have meat. There's no way to show that. And so we need someone who eats that stuff and can order it. So it can be like, here's how Nicaraguans would order and eat and like what a normal meal is actually like. Because we go and it's like, that looks interesting, let's try that. Oh, that looks interesting. But they'd be like, yeah, but Nicaraguans would almost always order this and this or whatever. So, because we really do want to show like what normal is like, what normal cost, what life could be like in different places. If you're going to places, because there's just too many places that we don't go, right? Barrio bars and stuff that are super interesting, but
and we
it's not where
totally
tend to.
would, but some of that is a little bit daunting. If you don't I have social anxiety, so anything new is slightly daunting for me. Once I know how to do something, it's less daunting, but it would be more like if it's something really local like that I don't want to make a mistake, I would like pick a place and make sure that I knew how to do it really well at that place. Like even ordering in an asada place, I'm like, or a fritanga.
Right.
I'm like,
I guess some of that. Is that good? Is that a good order? I don't know. Yeah, like Asado Lee out here, which is really close. It's like you walk up and you're like, is this like a buffet? Like, what do I do? And yeah, it's normally really obvious. And of course, they're always friendly. They're like, "What do you want? You want some rice? You want some of this? You want some of that?" Oh, yeah. But like going to like one of the real. There's several. Like every couple streets, there's like hardcore barrio bars. Like no, like easily no expat has ever been. And going to many and like really getting a what is a night out in Nicaragua for the majority of the population look like be really cool because most of them are not going to Via Via. Mm-hmm. Right, most are not going to NL Vivero. Those are like really special, either date nights or people who are really affluent or whatever, and they're nice, but it's not what everyday life is like. And even a lot of the people who are there, who could go there all the time, still want to go hang out like normal most of the time. Chill places that are just loud music and have a beer. So yeah, Joseph says, sounds like Nicaragua is for the peaceful groups. Yeah, pretty much. It's a pretty chill place. In digital format says, by the way, I love Nicaragua. Awesome. It loves you too in digital. E. Garcia says, como Toña, ninguna like they say in Nicaragua. Oh, yes. Nothing is like a Toña in Nicaragua.
Oh, like Toña, nothing.
Right. In digital says, she is awesome. Janet says, hey, I'm back for a bit at least. Then she says, hey, I'm back. She really wants us to know. Thank you. She heard your birthday.
Yeah, she
That's
heard
how
me say
far
happy
we're
birthday.
scrolling. Yeah. And then it says, I'm sending a couple of pictures. Oh, awesome. Where'd you send them? Just WhatsApp?
She said, it was Playa Roca, I think. Yeah, that's not us.
No, I think that was the other place that she went to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I know they were at Desperados because Jerry sent me pictures from Desperados. I was like, I'm at Desperados.
Oh, okay.
Frank Gomez says, hey, Scott. Hi, all. Scott, are you heading to the opening of the new stadium? Yes, that's what Larry is talking about up above. He's trying to get me tickets, so I'm going with Larry on the 27th? I think that's right. Coming up soon. It's hard to get, so we need to ask about box seats because they're limiting to 4 tickets together for the opening. Oh. For those who don't know, the largest baseball stadium in Latin America is opening next week here in León in 8 days, and the opening game series is Nicaragua National versus Venezuela National. So it's going to be a big thing, and we're hoping to be there quite a bit. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're really excited to see the new stadium, film the new stadium, attend the game. Like, it's going to be cool. So really looking forward to that. So yes, absolutely, Frank, I will be going. Gigi says, is Grenada dangerous to live in from a volcano erupting perspective? No. There is no major population center in Nicaragua that's actually dangerous from a volcano erupting perspective. Small places, yes. Moyagalpa, which is a little village on the island of Ometepe. Yes, you're on an island with a volcano that has some inherent danger.
Because right? One of them is active.
Right, one and erupted recently, like several weeks ago. And people were there. And it brought down a lot of ash on the city. The only metropolitan area in Nicaragua that has an active volcano that actually drops things on it is Chinandega. And they, on a regular basis, meaning like every decade, have an eruption that blankets the city in ash. So, but is it dangerous? They don't think so, right? Cities that were in dangerous zones have been relocated. León Viejo was in a disaster zone. It would have been Pompeii. They said, this is stupid, and they moved it, and then it got buried in ash, right? So, good move, people. So we lost nobody, but we have a Pompeii-like location in Nicaragua where you can go see them digging out the old buildings from volcanic ash. So, like, that's a thing, but there is no place in the country that you would actually live that you're not, like, really obviously all on your own out in the country at the foot of a giant volcano where no one else is around. Unless you're doing that, you don't have to worry. And that's one of the things that makes Nicaragua work really well, is that we have lots of kind of active volcanoes, so they're all spread out. There's a little bit of activity everywhere all the time, and they've logically planned out the cities in places that just don't have major threats. Minor threats? Oh, there's some dust. Oh, there's a little bit of steam being let off. Oh, there's a little bit of shaking. Sure. Big threats, No, not a thing. But it is, if it's your first time living in the Ring of Fire and you live in Granada and you're staring at a volcano every day, it can be a little disconcerting.
True.
You're like, that is huge. And that is like not normal tectonic movement that erupted out of the earth.
Yeah. Now I'm just sort of like, pretty.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, now I love them. So from our roof, if we were to climb up on the roof, we can see 12 volcanoes, which is pretty cool. That must be Dale Kurtz. Hey, Scott, Dominica. Dale here, late to the party.
Hey, Dale.
I keep reading the first bit and then interpreting the last bit, and then he says who it is. Buddhist is here evening. Speaking of food, today was marathon cooking day. 3 trays of lasagna, big pot of beans for soup and gallo pinto, sopa de res for tomorrow, and eggplant parmigiano for tonight. Wow, Buddhist, that is awesome. By the way, Buddhist, if you weren't here you probably were, because I can't tell how far down we are. Twins. Have you been to Twins yet? Holy cow, or more importantly, if you've been to Twins recently to check it out, because Mario's our neighbor, holy cow, have they done a great job. Wow. Jorge says, Gigi, there is no volcano that is active in Granada. That is correct. Sarah says, is there a bus that you can take from Liberia, Costa Rica to Leon? There is, in fact. And we just did it, and we're about to do an episode about it because I filmed some of it. We have all the information. There are actually multiple, so you're not limited to the one we're going to show, but there is specifically one that comes from there to Leon. So you don't have to do anything extra, and it's the one we use. It is very cheap. Was it 35 or 40?
35.
35. That doesn't seem right. Is it really? $35.
That's what they advertised,
Oh, okay. $35 to come up on a relatively comfy. I mean, it's like a Greyhound. It's not like fancy, but it's a comfortable, air-conditioned, large bus. They pick you up right in Liberia. I don't know the actual drop-off spot there, but I know the one in San Jose. And that's what you do. And it's really easy getting across the border. It is cheap. It is friendly. Not a lot of tourists on it, honestly. Every time we've taken it, we're like, wow, there's very few. Always someone, but very few comparatively. It's really Nicaraguans and Costa Ricans. That's how they often get back and forth. But they handle the border really well. Just the whole thing is nice. They stop and grab you a bite of food in Costa Rica normally, and then they do a little bit of a snack if you're not vegetarian. The vegetarian you can get in Costa Rica. Then they get into Nicaragua and grab a little bit of food again.
It's extra. You have to pay for it.
You do. Oh, yeah. It's not included. I'm sorry. But they do stop, and you can order food. And some people hop on the bus, and they'll do cash exchange on the bus. They'll sell you SIM cards on the bus. Like it's really and don't be worried about those things. These are people who work with the bus lines. This is how things are done in Nicaragua. So you could get a Nicaraguan phone right there on the bus if you wanted, not a phone, but the SIM card for your phone.
So the only complicated thing about catching it from Liberia is that you have to know exactly where the pickup point is in Liberia. And you have to be waiting there for a time range because they only give you a time range of when it's supposed to be in Liberia. If they hit traffic, they won't be there on time. And like if you miss it, they stop for 3 minutes.
Right.
3 minutes if there's somebody to get off and get on. They'll stop for 3 minutes. Like they are not waiting for you. Right. And you need to be there waiting. So that is the caveat for that. So check out we took the Nica Espresso bus. They have a website and they will tell you the approximate times that they do pickups. And I believe they tell you what time you should be there waiting as well. Yep. Earlier is better, even if you have to wait, because you do not want to miss it.
Bring some bottled water with you. Maybe bring a snack. Be prepared to just hang out. It's Costa Rica. It's Liberia, Costa Rica. It's not dangerous. Just chill and wait for the bus. And it is, if you're doing it multiple times, you'll get used to it and be like, this is so easy. I had the horror story of, when I was in San Jose, I woke up 6 minutes before the bus was going to leave in my hostel, and it was not the hostel next door like we just used. It was the one several blocks away, and I made it in a dead sprint down the streets of San Jose to catch that bus because it was my daughter's quince that night, or the next day. Maybe it was the next day, but I had to get back for my daughter's quince. So if I missed that bus, I was taking a taxi, and it was. I cannot believe that I woke up and looked at my watch because I thought I had an alarm set. I can't remember why it didn't wake me up. But I looked at my phone, and it dawned on me that I had to catch a bus. So I woke up at 5:54, and the bus was at 6 o'clock. and I just
And
booked it.
It originates from there, so it
Like,
does not leave late. And in
there's
fact,
no delay.
we left early.
We did, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of when else in your life you've come so close to death.
It was unreal.
And probably the Stampede is the other really close time that you came to
Stampede.
death. Yeah, the Stampede and that moment of missing the bus
Yep.
to make it home in time for your daughter's
I
pizza.
was prepared mentally to have the taxi take me to Liberia and try to beat the bus to Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
That was my
Dead.
next plan.
That
But
is
it
what you
was,
would've been.
and I had all my luggage. I had been in Bolivia, for those who've seen the shows, all the stuff I filmed in Bolivia. This was my way back from there, so I was carrying a lot of gear. And I'd go running out of the door of the hotel. I'm like, which way's the train station, the bus station? They're like, that way. I'm like, bye. It was something.
Oh, Scott.
Yep. But yeah. So anyway, that's him cooking, volcanoes, the bus. RC is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, RC from Los Angeles, California. Don Timoteo is here. I am stockpiling rum. Who needs a job? E. Garcia. Sarah, Tika Bus will take you to Leon from Costa Rica. Yep, Tika Bus I think is more expensive, and it doesn't run every day. That's a big negative. The Nika Expresso is daily. We've looked at taking the Tika Bus several times because people talk about it and like we see it all the time. And it's like, yeah, they're supposed to be really good. Although we love the Nika Expresso, like no reason to switch. But we like to experiment.
I wouldn't say love. It's
I've had really good
acceptable.
experience.
It's acceptable.
So we'd like to test out the Tika Bus and you know see how the price difference is, the treatment difference, any is it faster? But it just never runs on the days that we want to use. So I'm constantly like evaluating it and going, nope, not this time.
By the way, about the bus, and I don't know if Scott mentioned this before, but since Sarah asked about the bus, I highly recommend taking the bus on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because those days you are not going to have extra long waits at the border unless a holiday falls on those days. And you will have a long wait if you are there on a weekend or during a holiday.
She really doesn't have a choice. You missed earlier. She is looking because she is taking a cruise that was supposed to stop in Nicaragua, and they've canceled the Nicaragua stop because the port of San Juan del Sur is closed.
Oh,
And so they're hoping to get off in Costa Rica and work their way here.
okay. Well,
So do what you have to do.
yeah, do what you have to do, but I highly recommend attempting to cross the border Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, just for a calmer experience. I recommend that.
Yep. Don says Nicaragua has the world's largest stockpile of aged rum, which is true. Insane amount of aged rum here.
True.
The warehouses just go on and on and on. Don says Gigi, Volcan Concepcion on Ometepe is really the only dangerous volcano in Nicaragua. Volcan Messiah has thrown rocks, but not very far. Tuss the Ripper is here. Hey, good to see you. Finally made it. We were talking just minutes before we did the live stream. I'm like, I'll be on in 20 minutes. And finally made it. Gigi says, is Argentina a fun place for families to vacation? Did you bring any cans of wine back to Nicaragua?
Did y'all see the video of me, like with me giggling as Scott talked about the wine? Because I could not help myself. He started, like, his reaction to the second one, because the second one was really bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
His reaction to the second one.
The second one, I'm like, oh, this isn't very good. The third one was decent. The rosé just didn't do it.
That was me giggling. I couldn't help it.
I think Argentina is a fun place for families.
Yep,
I would
and
imagine.
So we, honestly, we were missing our kids and knowing that they wished that they had decided to come. And so they were bummed that they had made the decision not to come. And then, so we were there, and all the stuff that we did, was like with it in mind that they weren't with us.
Yeah.
And so we kind of, there's a lot of stuff we purposely didn't do because we're saving to do it with the kids. I would say that, it's a family friendly destination for sure.
Very safe.
And that there are plenty of things that are interesting to do with kids, and things that I would evaluate your individual children before you do them. For example, our younger daughter, if we had tried to take her into a cemetery, she would have refused at the gate. She thinks that is super creepy
and inappropriate.
And she does not want to go and see any of that. And we tried to explain that it was actually like culturally really interesting. Like it's one of the like cultural differences things. For me, I was shocked by a lot of it and like in awe, and it was also a lot of it was really beautiful. And so it was a combination of, oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting to see that, and like appreciating the care that people put into taking care of their relatives' final resting places.
Super interesting.
And some really beautiful architecture, like gorgeous stones and marble and just.
She means in the cemetery, but also in Buenos Aires.
No, I'm talking about in the cemetery, because the cemetery in Recoleta is like a little miniature city of the dead. It's an acropolis, and I've never been in an acropolis like that before. And so it was super interesting. But our youngest daughter would hate that, and I'm glad we did it because she doesn't want to do it.
Right.
But
the oldest doesn't really want to do it either.
No, Liesl doesn't really. But Liesl would handle it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, I would say it's a family-friendly destination.
So I mean, so keep in mind, right? Other than being safe, that's about all you need for a family-friendly location. When you're talking about a country of 50 million people, that's the 8th largest physical country in the world. It's huge, right? So there is so much to potentially do. From you've got Buenos Aires, the giant city it's like going to Paris. It really is like going to Paris in so many ways. Tons of museums. Tons of neighborhoods, gardens, parks, every type of activity you could possibly imagine is there. It's not like Nicaragua, where you're like, okay, this entire country is not that big, and so there's the possibility like they don't have something. I was talking to someone a few weeks ago, and they're like, wait, we have a bowling alley? We're like, yes, we have a bowling alley, but we have one, right? And like, oh my gosh, I forgot. And Buddhist definitely wants to know this because it's local. We discovered the most amazing pool hall in town here in Leon this week. Deep in the barrio. This is like Twins, right? Deep in the barrio, back street, nothing to indicate it's there. It is well lit, air conditioned, really fancy, restaurant, bar, like TVs on the wall. Really, really, really nice. Really busy. Nondescript. No idea it's there. Huge parking lot out back. I filmed some of it, so we're going to be showing it to you sometime coming up soon. I think I need to eat a little bit more for that episode, so it's not quite done yet, but really, really cool, and just couldn't believe it. But that kind of stuff, like Argentina is so big, and it's traditionally a massive economy. So you name the thing you might be interested in, they're going to have it. Maybe not as much as some other place. They're going to have everything because they are just geographically and demographically disparate, but really safe, so all that stuff you can do.
Okay, so the thing about family travel, that if you haven't done a lot of traveling with your family, with your children, is that, like Scott said, the only family unfriendly places are places that aren't safe, really. As long as it's safe, the most important thing about family travel is that you need to be realistic in your expectations of what your children are going to tolerate. If you have an infant, you can do anything with an infant, pretty much.
Because they're not going to tolerate anything, so you might as well travel while they don't tolerate you.
What?
They're just unhappy a lot of the time, regardless.
No, you just keep them fed and they sleep. Like, what are you talking about? No, traveling with an infant, as long as it's safe health-wise for them to travel, is easy because you just take them with you and you do all the things. Obviously, you won't do late night things, but you just take them places. If you have toddlers, or young children, then you really need to evaluate how much they will tolerate in a day. Like, can you go to a museum and get through one museum and have them happy? Or maybe they can't even do that. And then, we spent a lot of our early travel with our daughters was spent as a playground tour of the world. mostly a playground tour of Europe. And, we came at it at their level, and we said, this is what, we cannot drag them to a million places. We can't do a million activities in a day, because they won't tolerate it. They'll just be unhappy, and at some point they'll just be crying and whining, and nobody wants that, and it's because they're miserable. Yep. So we used to pick like a morning activity. The most important thing we wanted to do, we would do that first, and then we would do playgrounds and always make sure that they had snacks and that I had water for them at all times. And then we would do a playground, and then we might some days be able to do something in the afternoon. But we did not have kids when they were, 3 and 6, that they were going to be out all day sightseeing. Absolutely not. So it really depends on your children, and you can make any trip work with kids. You just have to be realistic about what your children can handle, and you know them. So maybe take them on an outing in a nearby city and see what happens. Try to do a couple of things. Take them to a museum, see if they like it. Try to do a museum and a restaurant, see how that goes. Try like a museum and a restaurant and a park or a playground. Like, actually give it a try. That is my advice.
Yep. So Buenos Aires is a huge city. It's basically, as a full metropolitan area, it is Nicaragua's entire national population twice in a single city. So you've got high rises, you have every activity you could possibly imagine. You've got neighborhoods of every description. You can go out for just every activity you could possibly imagine. Tons of shopping of all sorts, outdoor activities, indoor, everything. It's just a huge city. Outside of that, we didn't get to go and do that. We're going to do a lot more stuff with our kids. Iguazu Falls is a major thing, right? One of the world's most beautiful and largest waterfalls. There is the Pampas Zone, so it's kind of like the American Midwest with loads of farmland and cattle country, right? Huge areas, like massive, the size of many U.S. states out there. And so there's, I've been told Rosario is really worth going to. It's supposed to be an amazing city. A lot of people raved about that. And fun fact, I used to be an IT consultant for the city, but I've never gotten to go there. So that's a cool place that I really want to see. And that region, just so different. I want to drive around. Up north, Salta is supposed to be really amazing. Cordoba, I don't know what there is to see there, but it's the second largest city. So, and people say it's a bit different than Buenos Aires. Mendoza is wine country, not the place that a lot of families are looking to take their kids, but if your kids are older, or maybe they just want a place to chill where you can go taste the wine or whatever. But that's in the Andes, so you've got the giant mountains right there, like you're in the mountains, which is really cool. And then of course there's all the stuff in Patagonia down south. You've got glaciers, you've got lakes, you've got the ocean, and of course in the northeast you've got tons of waterfront, like Mar del Plata has the big resorts on the ocean and all that. And then you're close to other things. You want to go to Uruguay, you want to go to Chile, all that stuff is very close. So I think everything from, are you looking to do outdoor adventure or road trips or natural stuff or big cities with big development and have that European feel, it's going to be, I think Buenos Aires especially, you're just teleported into Europe. And so if going to a big cosmopolitan, metropolitan, highly urbane European city is something your kids are going to enjoy, that's going to be a slam dunk. If you want to go explore countryside and see kind of what a Spanish-speaking, Italian-populated take on the American Midwest and South would be like, they have that. You want to do the super cold going into the northern reaches of Canada style thing, but in a completely different place, there's that, and the super high mountains and big plains and ocean. So it really does have just a massive variety that I think it would be hard pressed to find to lack stuff for a family to do. Mm-hmm. But it says, I haven't been there in a while. This is Twins. Just check their website. I'll be going soon. Yeah, we went last night, but it was fantastic. They did such a good job. They've upgraded the place so much that we were blown away. I've been there before, but it's been a while. Sarah says, I'm also thinking to scout out the Leon area in November. Is there a way to share info? I'm thinking about Don Johnson, who is also looking for the same area at the same time. Yeah, guys, send me an email. The email is in all the stuff on the website, info@latinamericanliving.com, and I can coordinate and do a mailing group for everybody. So that you can coordinate, or we can pop you into Nicaragua so you can talk in real time and coordinate stuff for sure. Let me know. Sarah says, thank you so much for all the tips. You are so welcome. And I'll be sure to work on, I've already recorded most of it, so it's not going to be forgotten, that bus informational episode so that we can walk through and just make it easy, right? It's all the unknowns that make it hard. None of the actuals make it hard. Janet says, Ramon goes to that pool hall sometimes with a friend, but usually goes to the one around the corner. So I'm sure that tell him to let Paul know, because Paul has been keeping his pool cues with him so that he can go there at the drop of a hat now.
Paul is always looking for somebody to play pool with. And he likes to, he's okay going by himself to a pool hall, but he would love to have, somebody he's actually going to play. He would love that.
Yep. Yeah, so. Definitely. He would. Anytime. And now he has his own car.
Yes, he does. Yay.
So that works out really well. Jimmy says, what's up?
Hey, Jimmy.
He says, I'm getting closer. Y'all are going to see my boy, Poe, in a couple of weeks. That is his dog, in case you're wondering.
Yes.
Jimmy, we're looking forward to it. Many of you know Jimmy from the episode where he gave his early experience in Nicaragua on the beach. Sierra is here. She says, weird.
Jimmy said any festivals coming up in Leon.
I missed that. Any festival. Okay. Probably.
So, in December, yes. There's a lot going on in Leon in December. Once you start to hit the Christmas season, there is all kinds of stuff going on. There's so many festivals all the time. We really should get a list. Janet might be able to answer that. Hey, Janet, do you know about any festivals coming up? Because it always seems like there's a festival and we didn't realize it until a couple days before, kind of thing. And they just had the Fiestas de las Patrias. So over the weekend were those, and there were parades, and then a lot of people are on vacation right now, so the beach is pretty busy because the kids are off from school. And then October is pretty dead because October is the rainiest month of the year, and people sort of don't go anywhere in October. There's almost zero tourism, and nobody goes to the beach. The beach is deserted usually in October because people don't like to go to the beach in the rain.
Corn Festival in Leon is this weekend in 2 days.
So, he's going to miss that.
Yep. Can't help everybody. How do I share this? So, believe it or not, and this is not great, I hate this, but the best place for finding out things that I've found is on Twitter. The in-tour pages are actually good. That's where they post things. So, for example, this is what's coming up.
Okay. The 24th is Virgen de Merced, the 24th of September. So there's a festival on the 24th. Oh no, the fireworks.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so In-Tour does list a lot of things. And as best as possible, things get listed on Nicaragua.
Whew, I'm sorry. I have Clive on my lap sleeping right now. That's why I keep looking lovingly down like this, because my baby boy is on my lap. But he just let out a stinker. And yeah, he's a Boston Terrier, and that was a very Boston Terrier gas moment he just had. Good night, Dad. Hang on. Good night, Dad. Love you.
Oh, I just love you, Dad. Bye. I didn't even know he was here. I mean, I figured he was here, but he was very quiet. Sierra says, weird question, but I know you have more Airbnb experience than I do. Curious, is it typical in Nicaragua to get an Airbnb that has not been deep cleaned? How do the standards compare to it in the U.S.?
Okay,
well, so we don't really use much Airbnb here.
We don't use much here. The ones that we have used have been quite clean. I you're going to have a range just like you do with anything. When you are going to Airbnb, it is very important to read reviews. People are going to rate the cleanliness of the Airbnb. If there is a problem with cleaning, people are going to talk about it. So like with anything, read the reviews, because people are going to talk if they're unhappy, and they're going to tell you the good things too. Like a friend of mine, my best friend, owns an Airbnb, and hers is meticulously clean because she has very exacting standards and would tolerate nothing less from an Airbnb that she is the hostess of. And so, that one's very clean. The ones that we've stayed at have been clean. But definitely read all the reviews and just make sure that nobody has talked about it not being clean.
Yeah, I think normally you're going to get, I don't know. That's a tough one. There's so little Airbnb here that it's not a big market. It's few and far between. So you generally are getting one-offs where it's someone renting a room. That's what we see most of the time. If you look on the site, it's like, this is just someone whose house needs a place to go, or someone who's renting a room that they just have a spare room. And so you get a very different experience than like we were just in Argentina. And of course it was super nice and deep clean, but it was also a fancy modern high rise, and it was a company that does this and has lots of them. So it was a very different thing than one person renting out a room in their old house that's not modern, not built for that, and not a company. It's just, someone showing up for the night in my house, which is fine, and that can be cool and social, but it's a different thing. Gigi says, what movies do they play in the movie theaters in Nicaragua? U.S. movies, Mexico movies, what? And also what language and subtitles? So I'm going to link this here. This is the movie listing here in Leon. And then you can also click somewhere on the page, and it'll take you to the listing in Chinandega. I'm just not sure where it is. And you'll notice, as far as I know, those are all American movies. Certainly you could find, if there was a big Mexican movie out, it would probably come. And then when you're looking at the listings, so I just sent the link if anyone was to go to it. I'm just going to pick Beetlejuice because it's the only one it's the only one I even know.
I really want to go see that.
I know. And then it's going to list the information about it. That's where it shows Leon and Chinandega, so you can go back and forth and see which cinema you want to go to. That's our neighboring city, an hour and a half away. And then you look at the different days, and then normally...
It says doblada.
Doblada, okay.
No, that's something else. It says like...
I think...
It says dubbed if it's dubbed.
Yeah.
And it says subtitles if it's in English with subtitles.
I'm trying to find one.
It might say it if you click on the time.
No.
No?
So I've looked at other times, and they list options that they're either subtitled or dubbed. And sometimes you can pick. Like if you go to the 7 o'clock showing, it's subbed, and if you go to the 9 o'clock, it's dubbed.
If you do comprar boleto, I think it's going to take you to the choices.
No, it's taking me to WhatsApp.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Okay. The last time I looked up movie times, it was for Galleria in Managua, and it showed me this time is subtitles, this time is dubbed, this time is subtitles, this time is dubbed. I have heard that in Leon it depends, like it's, they have both, and then they'll do like a children's movie that's in Spanish on the weekends. So it looks a little more complicated to know for sure for the one that's in Leon, but the really nice theater at Galleria, you can look right on their website, and it tells you if it's dubbed or subtitled. And if it's a big movie, they'll have like more than one theater kind of thing.
So this actually says at the top, so in the past, they must have just changed this. They list each one and say if it's subbed or dubbed. What's going on? The reason we couldn't see it. The thing at the top says tandas. That means this batch.
Okay.
And it says these are all in 2D. I don't know that we have a 3D projector, but maybe they got one and we just don't know about it. We don't go that much.
Okay, so dublada was dubbed.
Yes,
okay,
but they're all dubbed.
Subtitulada.
And this is subtitulada. So in this particular case, I'm looking at the substance. That one is all subtitled. So it'd be in English because that's the original, and all of the ones showing in Leon are subtitled, and Chinandega is the same. They may not have a dubbed version. If we're looking at Transformers 1, that one is all dubbed. They do not have a subtitled option. So if you're an English speaker who doesn't speak Spanish, you're generally going to want subtitled, because then you just ignore the subtitles and you're good to go. So that it is listed, it's just when it's all of them are the same, which is often the case, that the movies aren't done both ways. But some movies...
Beetlejuice is dubbed here.
Beetlejuice is dubbed.
Okay. Well...
Well, that's...
I might wait on that then.
Yeah, that's probably... I've tried dubbed movies, and it is hard. It is legit hard. Even with the amount of Spanish that we speak, it's like, I'm mostly following it, but you miss some nuances, and there's no slowing down. Tusk says, I've never been to the mall in Managua, so first of all, there's several, but I've always wanted to go. Is it pretty inside? Yeah, definitely. I mean, Metro Centro is not...
Oh.
Right here.
Okay.
Where the mouse is. So Metro Centro is pretty nice. Plaza Inter is not that nice, but it's air conditioned and enclosed. And then the Gallerias is quite nice.
Yep. The prettiest one is Plaza Natura. If you want, like,
that one's not really a mall, but
it's more like a shopping center. It's not like a mall, but it is pretty. There's a lot of plants.
Yeah, it's very upscale, very well done.
Galleria is Galleria is nice. Galleria just, it pretty much feels like you're in a mall in whatever country.
Yep. Yeah, just
Yep. Galleria is fancier than Metro Centro.
Yes, for sure.
They're both like modern malls, like what you would expect in a mall. Multi-floors.
Yeah, with lots of restaurants, and Gallerias definitely has a lot more like fancy high-end restaurants, and Metro Centro is more like, let's get some wings or go to nice places, but not like fancy. And then I can't think of the other one. There's another mall on the northeast. There it is, Las Americas. That one's, it's fine, but it's pretty rough. So that one is a bit different than the others. The others, you're like, oh, those are really nice malls. That one is wide open. If you're checking it on a map, like, it's fine. But I've been there, and it's like, it's almost like an outdoor market moves in. So you're pushing through crowds, and there's stands everywhere, and it's mayhem. Which you do not expect in a mall. But if you're at the others, if you're at Metro Centro or even Inter or the Gallerias especially, loads of space. It's very much like you get in North America. So that one, Mike says to Gigi, La Colonia supermarkets carry wine from Argentina and Chile a lot.
Yep, she was making a joke about Scott deciding that the wine that he wanted to try in Argentina was this stuff in a can, and then he made videos about it. And the first one is like, this is great, this is quite good. Oh, I'm enjoying this wine, it's quite good. And the Argentinians were horrified that saw that on TikTok, that stumbled across this TikTok for that. And then the next one he tried was terrible, and I was giggling through the video because I couldn't help it, the look on his face. So that's why she was asking. But yeah, the La Colonia carries actual drinkable wine from Argentina and Chile.
Yep. Jan says 29th and 30th is San Geronimo. That is quite the fun parade. Janet also says he goes to Sutiava the 29th, drinking all night there, then returns the 30th with the drunk people. For Geronimo. Not just all the time. Sierra says all the ratings were perfect in the house, not so much.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Last time I had a perfect rating place, the place was fantastic. And then they sold it. So I never got to go back. Janet says, I told Ramon that Paul wants to play pool. Now you need to tell Paul. we will let him know.
And Jimmy said that he's ready to play pool too, so we're setting up pool play dates for Paul.
Yep.
Which is
Where
funny.
is that? I saw him, and now it's way up. Oh, it's way up here.
I'm your boy, Paul.
There it is. Sometimes I miss stuff, and I think I've read everything, and it's hard to keep up. Okay. I don't think we missed anything at this point. Told Ramon that Paul wants to play soon. Oh, Janet's off to another class. Sierra says, thanks for the input. It is owned and managed by a man, so I guess I should lower my expectations. Thanks. Axel says, hey, guys.
Hello.
Hello. All right, we are finally caught up. We have a lull. You can, how we first met. That was the question from Foursquare King.
Yes.
Who hopefully is still here after all that. There was so much
all of
delay.
you are going to suffer through this story, whether he's here or not.
This is like lighting the match. He like asks the question, then he takes off. How did you meet?
So after I graduated from uni, I was living in Ithaca,
New York.
Ithaca, New York, which is where Cornell University is. It's right in the Finger Lakes in New York. And a friend of mine from college was getting married, so my college roommate came to visit me, and then we drove to this other small city in upstate New York that neither one of us had ever been there before. And this was in 2001, and so we had MapQuest and not GPS, and we had to attempt to follow the MapQuest maps to get there, and we got lost, so we were late going to the wedding. And so we get there, and we snuck in the back right as the ceremony was starting. Like the bride had already walked in. She was actually walking up the aisle, and we snuck in. Everybody was still standing up. And so we met some people there, and I met a girl in the ladies' room at the reception, and she also went to my university. We didn't know each other because she wasn't in my major, and I told her where I was living, and I was like, and she's like, oh, nice. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really know anybody. I've been there for almost a year, and I haven't really met anybody my age because everybody I worked with was a lot older than me. And she's like, wait, I met somebody that lives in Ithaca. I need to introduce you. We were drunk, so it was like, oh, wait, girl, I need to introduce you. So she introduced me to Scott, who she had just met that night, I believe. Did you know Courtney?
I knew Courtney.
Oh, okay.
But
I didn't
not for
Courtney.
a long time.
And so she introduced me to Scott, who was the best man in that wedding and a friend of the groom's from high school. And so we danced, and we hung out a bit, and we exchanged information. And we got mistaken for a married couple at the restaurant in the hotel where everybody was staying. After the reception, we had like a late night gathering.
Like the wedding after party.
Yeah, the wedding after party. And the waitress thought we were married for some reason, and we're like, we just met. No, we're not married. And I met another guy that night. When we had walked in, my friend and I, there were two guys that were in the row right in front of us, and they kind of turned around like, hey. So we met them first. And so I dated the other guy because I met him first. And Scott later said, I was the best man. I couldn't have met you. I was literally at the front of the ceremony. You could not have met me first. That's not fair. But I was just trying to be fair because I met two guys that night. But I dated that guy briefly, and he is a friend. He was not the one. And Scott invited me to, this was June 9th, 2001. And a couple weeks later, Scott called me up out of the blue and said, hey, we're in the Wegmans parking lot watching the fireworks in Ithaca. You should come. And I was already in my pajamas because I had just gotten home from work, and it was like 5:30. So I was in my pajamas immediately. And I had this whole argument with myself about why it would be worth it to put clothes back on when I was already in my pajamas. And I'm like, you said you didn't have friends and you wanted friends in Ithaca. You need to go out and meet people if you want to have friends. And so I went out, and then we started hanging out all the time after that. And we got to be friends. And then we started dating.
Yep.
Yep.
And now it's been 23 years.
Such a long time. The rest is history.
Are you reading Larry?
Yes. First, you can read Jimmy's.
Yep. So Jimmy said, "Good times ahead, y'all." Some people's comments.
No, he said some people's comments.
You can read it that
with
way.
a face. Yes, you have to read it with the correct inflection. Larry asks, "Did you think Scott was Fred Astaire the way he danced?" No, I actually thought he was 44. Is that how old? Yeah.
44.
He was 27.
No,
25. Yes, he was 25, and I thought he was 44 because he had hair. And he sort of had like
up
a
here in this big
bouffant.
plain area.
Yeah, he had hair. And he had a beard not like this. He had like a trimmed beard. And it was brown at this time because this was a long time ago. And he was actually only 25. But I thought he was 44 because he just had that look. He's still insulted by that.
Well, you know, it's tough because I spent 21 years. No, 19 years. Getting to, is that right? Yeah. Getting to the age she thought I was. So the entirety of us dating, being married, having kids, I was still a lot younger than than she thought I was when we first met. And I've only just recently crossed that line.
Okay. I would say that it's because you have a timeless face that didn't change much from the time you turned 18 until now, except the hair got less and the gray got more.
I wish we had a picture from that wedding so that we could be like, and this is what he actually looked like at 25 compared to...
hang on, I do. Give me a minute. Talk about something else while I look.
We will find one.
Because I do have that in here. I just have to find it.
Joseph says, "You promised us a long story. Apparently that was not adequate." Frank says, "We just got hit super hard with a thunderstorm at San Juan del Sur today and yesterday, like torrential rain style. You guys got anything? Waiting to see if Nate brings anything more of that." Yeah, Frank, we got, last night was crazy. I don't know if you saw the news. Lightning hit the cathedral here. It actually blew some of the railing off the top. It's crazy. Someone got video of it and like sparks flying and stuff. It was pretty cool. We had power outages like crazy yesterday. None of them were for too long. They warned us it was going to be for a long time. And then it was like blips here and there. So we never had a major thing. We thought they were turning it. We were like freaking out. We're like, they're turning it off all night. And then it was minutes. It was a really big storm last night. Today hasn't been that big of a storm, but the thunder has been pretty heavy, and it's raining right now pretty hard. So it's and it rained a bit since I want to say 2 o'clock. It's not been heavy, but it's been rain and thunder for quite a bit of the day. That's why our dogs are in here all nervous and stuff. So we're looking for some old pictures of me so you can see me young. I've done this before on the show. It's a bad idea, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Okay.
You can send it to me. Oh, that is the actual. No, send it to me. I'll pop it up on the screen.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know
just
you could do
airdrop
that.
it. Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, I have to take a screenshot if I'm going to do that.
What is it in?
Facebook, because I know how to get to it in Facebook. And I don't know where it is in our normal stuff.
Jimmy says, nice save. Gigi says, do you vote for the U.S. president from there? I mean, we certainly can, yep. Any thoughts on the second assassination attempt on Trump? Does Nicaragua watch U.S. news? Most Nicaraguans do not watch U.S. news. We keep up a little bit just because, we're Americans. But it's, by and large, very much ignored here. Partially because news just isn't a big cultural thing here. There is news when things happen, everyone's sharing the information. It's all on, like the lightning strike here, we had the information on that in hours. So it wasn't, it's not like we don't get notification of stuff, but we tend to be much more focused on what's going on around the country. So major events going on around the world, nobody says anything. But if a car gets swept away in Managua in the flooding, everyone hears about it immediately. So it's all perspective.
So I can see if I have any more.
I did find this famous picture that I could share.
Oh, yeah. I was looking for that one. That was just a couple months later.
Yeah.
So you can share those two.
This is when she thought I was 44 and a half. Did you manage to send me that one?
Yeah, it's in WhatsApp.
Oh, don't say... No, airdrop it.
How do you want it? Oh, airdrop it. Okay.
Yep.
Did you say that?
It's assumed. That's how you send to a computer.
Is it?
Yes. We're Apple people. Jimmy says, trucks out there are mainly Toyota, Nissan, and... it went too fast. It was gone by a time. There we go. What else do we have? Toyota's big. Nissan's big. There are Mahindas, the Indian ones. I wouldn't recommend that. There are... We see Fords and Chevys, but not very many of them. What else have I seen a bit of? Oh, my switcher's having a problem. That's weird.
Oh, I just realized what Jimmy was talking about. Me saying I can argue you have a timeless space.
All right. What other trucks? What trucks do we see?
I mean, you see Fords and you see Chevys, but the problem with those is, you see like older ones, and the repairs for those are probably going to be more expensive. Yeah, something good to buy and repair. I'm going to say Toyota and Nissan are probably the best
There's
ones
starting
for
to be
that.
a lot of Chinese trucks. Not a lot.
Yeah.
There's starting to be a lot of Chinese truck options that would be realistic.
But the dealers, any dealers of newly available things are going to be in Managua only. So that is a consideration, because to have it repaired, it will have to go to Managua.
Yes, jack trucks. I saw some the other day. Not a lot of them, but they're out there. Mostly they're like small, light delivery trucks that I've seen. Mitsubishi. No, that makes sense. Because, Mitsubishi is Nissan. So, but those are available.
Yes, that was the one that I couldn't think of the name.
Yeah.
I have seen those.
So here is, let's pop in the media here.
Ooh, you're using the controller.
I am using the controller. We're going to...
Fancy.
There we are. This is the photo. That's me in the middle. I have no idea who the girl is on my right.
I don't remember that girl at all, but I know who everybody else is, just not that girl.
Yeah, she's
Maybe
the one
she was
outlier.
one of the people on the swim team.
That's possible.
Because our friend was a swimmer. He is not in this picture, but he was a swimmer. My college roommate bestie is the girl in the front wearing purple with the black cardigan. That's my bestie.
And then the guy in between her and him is the guy she dated instead of me, because I was too old.
Yep. No, because I met him first.
But we were roommates and the same age within weeks, and grew up as neighbors.
I'm laughing at Jimmy again.
Well, wait, something good to buy it? No.
No, Jimmy said yes.
Timeless face, like a
Dabbler's diamond commercial.
De Beers.
De Beers diamond commercial.
So this is us. So the girl that's like leaning on me, I have no idea. Well, I guess you were both leaning on me. The one that seems closer to me, no clue who she is. I'm not sure I ever even spoke to her. She was definitely not with me. She was just randomly sitting next to me. She may have been with him. She may have been just random.
That's the guy who I saw him get a tramp stamp.
This is the guy in red.
Yeah, the guy in red was a swimmer, and he got a tramp stamp that was a tribal design with waves, because he was a swimmer. And he made a face I've never seen a human make before as the needle was running over his spine. Good times.
Yep. So most of us are swimmers there. And then the guy that's in between the guy in red and the girl that looks like she's leaning on me, I think that's an optical illusion.
She's not leaning on you. She's just leaning forward to be in the picture.
Yeah, she's like in front of me, but it makes it seem like we're really close. The guy in white that's kind of looking to the side is Andy, who co-founded our company with me a couple years before this picture. So we were in business together at that time, and we had just come to this wedding from being laid off at IBM. That
was the other reason he was super impressive. That like the first thing he said to me was, "I got laid off yesterday." Ha 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 ha. Yes, very impressive.
Well, they ask like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "I'm unemployed," because that's what I was. I was unemployed.
No, but he was drunk and like excited about it because it was an inside joke. So you were all like, ha 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 ha.
Right. For those, okay, so to give some context, so we had this really great run at IBM. IBM had picked us up a year before as who knows what they were thinking. IBM came to me and was like, hey, do you want to run IT for IBM Endicott, which is home base, factory number 1. And it was like, we had this long discussion, and they had projects they wanted me to do. And I had talked to them. I'm like, okay, so you're bringing me on. And we, like I said, Andy and I had our own company. We were doing our own thing. We weren't looking for work. And IBM was like, no, we got this really cool thing. We want you to do this project. And I'm like, so the paperwork you're giving me is for like this really long period of time. This is 2 weeks of work. And they're like, we know. And I'm like, so you're going to bring me on for a year plus extensions for 2 weeks of work. They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, we're on the same page then, I guess. If you're going to meet my salary requirements and stuff, good deal. And they did, and it was this great experience, great place to work. And I got to go, and it was in upstate New York, so I didn't have to go very far. I was living in Ithaca, and it was the first time that I got to live in the area and had an office in the area, and it was just wonderful experience, really cool. And I'm so glad, having worked in IT, to have spent time at the original IBM. Like, I grew up in IT, so it was very nostalgic for me. Like, it was weird. Most people would be like, who cares? But for me, it was like a really big emotional deal to get to work there and have that experience. And so I was not there for very long, and it was going well. And I went and talked to like really senior management outside of IT, and I said, we're using outside software in IBM for some things, and we're not just the largest company for the manufacturing that we do in the world by no small margin. Like, IBM's a big company, and they do some things you would never guess at scales you would never guess. It was like drilling, right? We did drilling on a level there was no one else in the world that came close. I said, why are we buying software for drilling from someone else? We should be the makers not only of our own software, because we're way bigger than it would be to make that. We should sell it. And they're like, wow, that is a good idea. You're totally right. Why do we buy that from someone else? We'll totally think about that. I'm like, cool, like that was a good discussion. I'm like, the reason I bring it up is because I got a guy I've worked with for years. He happens to be available, and it would just be an opportunity. And management sitting there just casually goes, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Of course, bring him in. And I'm just like, what? Like, was this the discussion? And they're like, yeah, we'll have him start tomorrow. And we're like, so I run to my desk and I call him at home, and I'm like, all right, dude, the phone's about to ring from HR at IBM. You interviewed, you're accepting an offer. I'll explain later. Just don't ask questions. Hang up. He calls back in like 5 minutes. He's like, so I just got the weirdest call ever. And he's like, apparently I start Monday. Right at this, and I'm like, don't ask about salary or anything. Like, I've already got an approval for like amazing salary. Like, you're done. And he's like, okay. And then he came in, and so we worked at IBM. They loved us. Everything went great. It was really this wonderful experience. But it was hilarious because we were so senior that they didn't expect us to do anything, and they wouldn't give us work. We'd be like, we could do all these things. Like, yeah, but politics, we can't do stuff. We're just idle all the time. And so it was really chill. But they loved us, and we did like slam dunk every project we had. It's just we couldn't get enough, so we were so relaxed. It was just great. And as they started shutting down IBM at Endicott, it was the original site. The factory was old, and we knew it was being phased out. Bad taxes, Rust Belt, lots of things. So we went to our HR quite early, and we're like, so they're going to be getting rid of us. They're like, what? No. So this is like 6 months before we were actually let go. We're like, there's no way we're being kept. And then at some point they made an offer for us to relocate us to another site. We didn't want to relocate, so we're like, no, we'll leave rather than go. We'll stay as long as we can, but we're not going to take the relocation. They're like, okay, well the offer's there should you want it. So it's all very friendly, right? Like, we're not keeping this open, we can't keep you, but if we can, we'll find a way to, like, it was great. And so everybody got laid off except for us. So eventually we're in this massive, the factory was 2 miles long. We were the only ones in there. We had cubicle C's to ourselves, private offices everywhere. There was nobody. And we didn't have to show up. There was nobody to see that we were there. Like, it was nothing. It was so weird. And so we shared an office in the middle of this, like, it felt like the zombie apocalypse. And we would just sit there in silence. And of course, there's no work to do. There's no manager, right? There's nobody that we answer to. There's no factory running. There's literally nobody. And so we're just sitting there for weeks. And we're always joking about it. We're just online doing whatever, right? Keeping ourselves busy. And we only went to work a couple hours a day. Like, we gave up. And at some point, we're sitting there, and the phone rings. I look over at the phone. I look over at Andy, and I'm like, you better pack right now. We're not coming back. And this was the Thursday before the wedding. The wedding was on Saturday. And we just threw everything in a box, threw it in the car, completely shut down the office. We're like, we know we're not coming back. Drove over to HR because it was across the street. We walk in, and they were so sad. They're like, we're so sorry. And they had the wall of shame that they called it. It was every ID badge from IBM hanging on this wall. And we're like putting our badges up. They're like, if there's any way we can bring you back, blah, blah, blah. We're like, we have known this was coming. There's no surprise. There's no hard feelings. Like, we were kept till the end. Like, this is fantastic. We appreciate everything. And so that was like midday. So we leave, and we're like, what are we doing? We're like, we're going to the Martini Bar in Ithaca. So we drove, because we lived really close to it. So we drove home, went to a Martini Bar, got wasted, and we had been talking, obviously, for a long time. We're like, you know what? We're just at a spot where we shouldn't be working for anyone anymore because we owned our own company. We've been doing this other stuff. This was kind of a godsend in timing and everything, but we're like, let's focus on our own jam. Now, we're so senior. We've got the street creds to walk into any shop in the world. Let's not. This is our. We've already set ourselves up. This was our plan. We're checking out of the rat race right now, and so we were like, "Yep, let's do it." And we're just blowing off because there's a wedding, so we're not even thinking about work or anything for the next few days. And so we went and enjoyed getting wasted, and then at a really fancy cocktail lounge, and then went to the wedding. I had to do the rehearsal, and then we were there on Saturday, and that's when we met. And so we were like embracing the unemployment and really excited about not being in the rat race, which I've been commuting all up and down the East Coast for a long time.
But out of context for when you meet a girl,
So it's also worth noting.
Impressive.
It's also worth noting that in reality, I had been not dating for 4 years. Right? No, longer. No, 4 years. That's right. I had a really bad breakup during university, and was like, you know what? I'm not in a place in my life where I feel like dating. I need to focus on work.
No,
and
you
so
actually, like, when we got to be friends, you said, yeah, I'm not dating. I made a decision. I'm going to do career. I'm not going to do, like, girlfriend because I need to devote time to girlfriend, and I can't do it also to my career, and it's career time. So this is what I'm doing.
Which was really good timing in life. Like, I'd had a girlfriend. I'd had a couple girlfriends, like high school and early college, and they had been career disrupting. Not just because of time, but because, like, their own, like, things that they were looking for in life and stuff were not conducive to someone who was interested in a career. And so that had not been super helpful. Not that they, like, super held me back, just they weren't like, oh, this is the thing, your career is the thing. And I'm a workaholic. I really like what I do. I'm very interested in things. I need to have these projects and be busy. And so that was one of the reasons that Andy and I had started the company, was that we worked at companies consistently that were actively anti-work. They would forbid us to work, or they would have all this toxic anti-work feelings, like, it's just terrible. And we're like, you know what we want to do? We both want to work. and we're really frustrated by the desire to work and no one letting us. So we were like, we're just going to make an environment where we get to work. That's what we're going to do. And so doing that really made a lot of sense for us, but we were kids, and we didn't come from backgrounds where we didn't have funding. We didn't have VC or anything. We were bootstrapping off of our own labor and credit cards years before. And it really took, and both of us were going into a career we had not done. We were changing careers. And so we were trying to go from kids, basically, because I was 22 and he was 20 when we started the company. And we were trying to go from first apartment out of home, first time starting a company, still really young, to running our own company when having employees and doing a bunch of stuff really quickly in a really competitive environment. And so it took just a crazy amount of work. But those years, one, it feels like Lord of the Rings from a, like, we were off on an adventure. And like every moment, every day was this adventure of like, we didn't know where we were going to be. We could be in a different state. Any given, like a project would come up, we just jump in the car and go. Every consulting firm in the area knew who we were, so we would get called up for the dumbest stuff. They'd be like, we got this nursing office, they're closed on the weekend, and we got to put in 50 new computers. You got anybody? We'd be like, hey, we're not working this weekend, we'll go do it ourselves. Like, we're engineers, but this is like, we don't have anything else going on this weekend. What are we going to do? Sit home and watch TV? Nope, we're going to do this. So we would go and do that, and then we ended up having our own crew that we took to these things, and it just grew and grew. And a lot of those companies ended up hiring us for more stuff. They're like, you can do so much more than you're doing here. This is great. We just learned about project management and so many environments. It was wonderful in a growth and life adventure standpoint, but I was not dating like at all during those years. It was really, really dramatic. I mean, I may have had 4 dates in 4 years.
Then I derailed your whole life path.
You
with
did.
My awesomeness and irresistibility.
It was your awesomeness. And that's why it took a while that we were dating. And we were sort of dating. It was like we were easing into dating because I wasn't trying to date. I wasn't looking for dating.
For a while, everyone but us knew we were dating. And then for a while, everyone but you knew we were dating.
Yep. But I'd been out of the game for so long. Like, it really was like, restarting the mental process of like, this is a thing. This is something that we're doing.
Bless you.
I just saw the story today of a guy, I don't know where I saw this. Instagram probably, I don't know. Of a guy who for 25 years had a tendency towards, no, it was on the news. He had a tendency towards sinus infections, and he was in the shower. This was like yesterday, and he sneezed really hard. And it brought back a really important memory of being 25 years younger in 1998 and having shoved a Lego up his nose. He had forgotten about it. They had shoved 2 Legos up his nose. His mother had pulled the other one out with tweezers, didn't see this one, gave up on it. He had forgotten and for 25 years had a sinus infection, and he sneezed, and he's like, it's like I'm a new person. And he now has it mounted on his wall.
Yeah, I bet.
Yep. So, yes. So, Jimmy says agreed time was face. Oh, wait. So, Gigi says, that is so awesome. Great picture. We've been delayed on this for a while. Everyone looking so young and fresh, like a group from the show Friends. We were kind of, I don't know. I identify pretty heavily with Friends. It's not my favorite show, but I have like this identity with, I feel like when I was those ages, that my life was a lot like that show. Within reason. Right? Partially because I had a group of friends, not necessarily that picture group, right? Like, this is kind of an assortment of random people. So, like, this is Dominica and her age of that time period friend, and this is me and my couple friends, and then
you
2
don't
random
have it
people.
up on the screen.
Oh, I don't have it up on the screen.
Oh, no,
yeah, I do.
no, maybe
this
you
is
do.
this is the
Okay,
live.
that's live.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, she's seeing the delay and didn't know.
Yeah.
And so that was, this is kind of like subsets of 2 groups of friends colliding, and then 2 random people who came along because it was the wedding. But so Andy in the white and me in the middle, and then Josh, who's half hidden between Dominica and her friend. The 3 of us at the just before this, the three of us had been roommates together when we had started the company. That's who we were. So we were kind of like the friends group very much. We had that kind of vibe in Rochester, New York. And then in Ithaca, when I moved to Ithaca, my best friend from childhood had gone to school there and then was a teacher there. So he was just starting up his teaching career when I was starting up the company. And of course, we talked all the time. And I'd spent tons of time in Ithaca because he went to. So I was always hanging out in Ithaca because I dropped out of university to start a company. So I had done all this like work stuff, and he was in uni. So she went to uni in a very traditional way, like just went to uni. And I had gone, hated it, dropped out, tried a couple others, ended up going to 6. Eventually got a degree that I never used. But during the years that she would describe as like the time that she really developed a lot of friendships and really appreciated university and the lifestyle and stuff that you can get from that, and having been in a sorority, like you had a very social party experience or whatever at university, I got some of that because my friend Nate went to university in Ithaca, and so I would, with lots of free time, go down to Ithaca and hang out. So I was at the universities down there relatively often, and had tons of friends that went to school there. And so when the company got its feet under it, one of the first things that Andy and I did was say, why are we in a city that we really hate? It was just a city we grew up in. We're moving to Ithaca, New York. So we moved down, and that really went from kind of like friends to like full on like friends. One, we were the age of friends at that point. And we had some people were like working at a coffee shop, and some people were still at school, and some of us were like professionals. So I was like Chandler, I guess, of the group. And so it was weird. And so, but we had all these people. So we actually got a house eventually that had like 6 of us in it. So we basically made it like the 2 friends' apartments in one place all together. So we just went out to restaurants together. We were always hanging out. You could walk across the hallway and see each other. It really was more like friends than not in an awful lot of ways. So we have another photo of just a few months later. This is the 2 of us. We're so cute. And you can see how much I look 44 in this picture.
You did. And so I actually was in a friend desert in Ithaca. Like, none of my friends that I already had lived anywhere near there. The closest one was like an hour and a half away, 2 hours away. And so to see my friends, I had to go visit them in other places, and sometimes they would visit me. So when we started hanging out, I adopted all of your friends, really.
Yep.
And they adopted me. So like I was adopted into that friend group.
Yeah. So you kind of joined friends,
yeah,
in a way, like, 'cause it really was. And this is the kitchen of our house. So that's just the refrigerator, obviously. That was when the company was starting to get its feet under it, and we're like, we're getting a house. So we got this massive custom-built house, custom-built for us, 6-bedroom house in the woods overlooking Cornell campus. We're like the outskirts of Cornell campus, next door to Carl Sagan's family. So it was a confusing thing for everyone, because she'd be like, yeah, he's unemployed. She never wanted to say that. And we had this like amazing house and all this space, and I also kept an apartment in Maryland.
You were hard to explain.
Yeah, it was but it was a really fun time.
That's why I dated the other guy first.
I was too complicated. She was like, I don't want to have to explain this. And
you told me you were unemployed. He had a job.
Yep. See, you were too focused on the money. You had to like look past that.
No,
personality.
I met that guy first. I met him first. Yes. I was trying to be fair.
You had already made a decision before you knew if I had a job. You didn't know. That was not a factor. That was something that you just glommed onto later as an excuse.
Well, in your favor was that we lived in the same city.
And it was amazing that was not a factor, that weighing factor.
Because I met him first and we hadn't hung out. As soon as we started hanging out, I went, oh. Yeah, the other guy was not the guy. But, I had to get to know you first. I still have a baby on my lap.
She does. He has not moved. All right. But it says, I've seen Hino trucks. That's true. I've seen one or two. Not very many. I don't think I would buy one of those. Frank says, Mitsubishi is not Nissan. They have an alliance, but one's not owned by the other. I think Nissan at least manufactures them for Mitsubishi or something. I know they make the engines. But I thought at this point Mitsubishi was a mark of Nissan, effectively, at least. But they definitely have a lot of overlap, along with Renault. Which I'm very sad we can't get Renault here. You can get Renault everywhere in Costa Rica and in Argentina, and I love Renault cars. Like that's, if I could get a Renault, I'd be like, that's what we're getting. I'm not getting anything else. But we can't get them here. You legally could own one, but I have to drive it in from Costa Rica and pay ridiculous prices and then not have any way to fix it. Gigi says, this is so awesome. Great picture.
Oh,
you already read that.
You just
and
missed
then
the other two.
Jimmy says, agreed, timeless face. Tramp stamp, no man should ever have. He regrets it now for sure. Right on, Andy. Sounds like F it. We all got to have a good time. Yep. Andy
that guy must regret that tramp stamp. And
gosh.
it
What
was
the heck
not,
was his name?
I can't remember his name.
You've said it so many times. I feel like it should just be.
It was like this. It was like this thick. It was across his entire back. Tribal. It was the most cliche tattoo of 1999.
Of a girl in 1999.
Yeah, girl. Well, no, men got. So he mixed, like, the positioning was tramp stamp was girly, and the design was, tribal, very cliche,
right.
man tattoo. And I think it couldn't have been 99. I feel like it had to be like 98 because he was still a swimmer. Because the reason he got it there is that when he was on the starting block to dive in, he wanted it to be super visible on the starting block. Like he wanted to be down like this on the starting block and everybody to see his like fierce water tribal like wave tribal tramp stamp. But the face he made, the pain of it going over that his spine, he was like, oh, like I will never ever forget that. I've been with other people getting tattoos. Nobody has ever made a face like that.
It's really funny to think about the fact that he's probably 46 now.
And he has that.
And he's still out there somewhere with that tramp stamp.
I know. I hadn't thought about that until Jimmy said it. And now I'm like thinking about him now. I know Jimmy now.
Every time he takes off his shirt, he has to explain that. No, you see,
imagine?
when I was 19,
goodness,
it seemed really cool.
Goodness. I wonder if he got it removed or got it covered with something a little bit less. I mean, but the problem is, like, it's still a tramp stamp. Even if unless he gets an entire back piece, it's a very obvious tramp stamp.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, geez. I'm going to be giggling. Because I think about that guy every once in a while. Like when I see a new tattoo, I think about all the people I've seen get tattoos and like getting mine and stuff like that. So that's like a core memory for me. His face when he got that tattoo. Because like, because I was there with that guy. That was the first time I met him. And I was there with him and with our mutual friend whose wedding we met at. And I feel like did he get a tattoo then too? I feel like he did. Phil. I feel like Phil got a tattoo too, and I don't even remember what he got.
Phil got a tattoo.
Because I remember tramp stamp guy.
He got those who can do, those who can't teach, and he said because he wanted to remind himself why he was a teacher.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then he didn't stay a teacher.
He did not.
Right? No.
He never. He did his intern and decided he didn't like teaching.
Yeah, so I don't have any memory of Phil getting a tattoo, and he was my actual friend. But this guy getting that tattoo was traumatic for me because the look on his face. And I was like, if I ever get a tattoo, it's never going to be anywhere over a bone.
Right.
Ever. Yeah.
So the guy that you dated, the one right next to you, leaning over, I was with him when he got his tattoo.
Which one? Because I was with him when he got a tattoo too.
I was there when he got the giant one on his shoulder.
The dragons?
Yes.
Were we both there? Because I was there.
You might have been there.
Because he got that tattoo at the place that gave me my first tattoo.
I knew that, yeah.
And gave the swimmer the tramp stamp.
Yep.
Crazy Joe's in Avon.
Yep.
Yep.
Which, funny enough, Avon, tiny town of 5,000 people in very rural New York, middle of nowhere. And I was talking because you guys know sometimes I do phone consults or phone conversations with people looking to move to Nicaragua normally, but people who want to be expats and want to get dedicated time on the phone. So I was doing one yesterday, and the guy that was talking to me, he's like, yeah, my dad's from upstate New York somewhere. I'm like, well, where? And he's like, somewhere near Geneseo. I'm like, well, she went to University of Geneseo. I grew up within sight of Geneseo. I could see it out my living room windows. And so I named like every town that could possibly be reasonable around it, and one of them was Avon. He's like, oh yeah, it was Avon. And I'm like, that's the other town you can see out of my parents' living room windows, and it's the town we founded our company in. So the company we have today that I work at every day is from Avon, New York. This tiny little town that is Andy's hometown. Andy in the picture we just showed in the white leaning over grew up in Avon, New York. And I was talking like weird coincidences, very weird. Anyway, that was that tramp stamp. Foursquare says good story. Should
I don't know.
Maybe there's more. Oh, documentary time. We should make a documentary. That's what it was going to say. Sometimes the things get cut off while you're typing. Jimmy says, an adventure ahead. That's why I am needing to get those 2 GoPros waterproof. Suggestions. So Jimmy, if you're going to get GoPros, the new GoPro 13 is out, and it looks, it's not like groundbreaking, but it's a solid upgrade over the 12. I'm definitely ordering one. My 11 has basically kicked it. So my 9 and 11 are basically dead. My 12 did have an issue the other day. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're all dying on me. So I've got to get the 13 at this point. But it looks like they've upgraded the cooling. They've upgraded the battery, which is a big deal because the old ones are struggling. Upgraded the microphones, and they've added HDR. Same sensor, same CPU, so it's not going to like blow you away. But if you like the 12, the 13 is going to just up it a little bit. The HDR, the HLG HDR, is going to be super noticeable. That's really going to up my show when I start using that. So that'll be good. TJ says, I'm back now. I fell asleep. Hey, TJ. Jimmy says, 2+ years solo by choice. Understood.
About your story.
Yeah, mine was like 4 years. It was needed. Foursquare, for your elementary, make only for your elementary.
I think it's documentary time for you. Elementary, make only you guys.
Make only you guys.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm having trouble
we're a little
with that.
bit.
I feel like that was auto-corrected in some way.
Probably. TJ says, I missed it. What kind of car did you buy? It's the Suzuki Baleno. Something like that.
I just know it's a Suzuki.
It's a goofy Suzuki name. Jimmy says, derailed. Tusk says, I really enjoyed that story. It made my night. Well, you're welcome. Jimmy says, how's the dating life currently? Might be looking. A lot of this is probably a good place. Nicaragua's a very dating-friendly culture. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to describe that. Well, I guess if you think about the United States now, which is where Jimmy is from, most of you are from, and Canada, this applies heavily as well, but probably not as much, dating has gotten weird, at least for those of us who are older. Like, the dating world in the U.S. is like bizarrely online, antisocial, scary, weird, and not organic in any way. And so it's like falling apart, as it is in much of the world. And here in Nicaragua, it is not impacted by that stuff at all. Like, dating is so much more like, I don't know, the 1960s. Like, people walk up and talk to each other.
At least the 1980s. There's still social life here.
Right, like real social life. Like, you go out to the bar and there are people, lots of people. There are single people. There are people together. And like the idea that you can just go up and talk to people is normal. It would be really, really weird for someone to be like, why are you talking to me? And so like the idea that you would just make friends, get to know someone, ask someone out, get someone's number. Like, people that we know in the U.S. are like, yeah, you can't do that stuff anymore. If you didn't like meet some way that someone introduced you in that context, you can't bring it up. And here, like we know people who go out and they'll, girls are like, yeah, I went out, 3 people asked for my number. you know?
I mean, we went out with Jimmy, and he was the most popular guy in the bar. Like, he had so many guys come up to him and loved his shirt and wanted to talk to him about his shirt and his boots. Do you remember that, Jimmy? They were all about you.
Dale says, double oven. I think he's referring to the dog.
No, he's talking about the double oven in the picture of us hugging from the house. Yes, it had 2 dishwashers.
It did. It had 2 of everything.
I recommend 2 dishwashers.
It had a full Pepsi machine in the garage.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
We kept it stocked with all of our favorite drinks, Mountain Dew, like just whatever, and we just turned it off, I think. So
that was so bizarre, yes.
It was not mine. Who got it? Bob?
Bob. It was Bob's
Bob
Pepsi
got a
machine.
Pepsi machine and just put it in the garage, and we're like, cool. And we converted the garage to like a makeshift additional living room so that we had 3 living rooms, because the main living room was enormous, but it was formal, and we wanted to keep it formal.
Didn't you put the inflatable hot tub in the garage? Like, the inflatable hot tub was in the garage. Yeah.
Yep. So it was like a hot tub area and then a seating area with the Pepsi machine behind it. We had a lot of people, so we were like, no one gets the garage. We're not going to fight over it. No one gets it. So that was our solution. Because we had a huge driveway. Huge. And so we could park, a dozen cars outside. It didn't matter. And so we converted the wine cellar, because we just didn't need a wine cellar. We didn't drink that much. We went out all the time. So the wine cellar was converted to a data center, because Andy and I ran a business out of the house. We had the house. Now, today, this would sound normal, but this was we had the house built in 2002?
Yeah, it was under 2001. Construction when we met. So 2001 to 2002. Right. I feel like you moved in before New Year's 2002.
Yeah,
you were in the house, so you moved in the fall.
Yeah. And so we had it all wired up with 4 Ethernet jacks in every room. I had the master, which had French doors, big double French doors. The thing was so big, and the closet was so large. I put my office in the closet and had the closet wired up with Ethernet. So every room in the house was wired. So everybody had like a full business setup in their individual living spaces. So first of all, everybody had a private room and bathroom. We had a office printer station. Now, we had nice furniture, right? It's a really nice house. We had nice furniture, but we had an office printer station in the upstairs seating area, upstairs. So you go out, we had a laser printer. So anyone in the house could print to the laser printer. Today, you'd be like, why would anybody do that? Like, weird. But back then, it was the first networked printer anybody had ever seen. This was like nobody had this stuff at home. We were doing this stuff so much earlier than other people. We had an Active Directory domain, for those who don't know, in the house. And
people don't understand why it's so cool.
It was ridiculous. But so we converted the wine cellar into a data center. So we had servers and stuff in there. And so the basement had a full living room that was like the den. And that we put in a home theater with a big projector and a big stereo system, so we had movies, and it was just comfy. And then the upstairs living room was formal with nice couches and really, really big, and a big fireplace and 30-foot windows over the forest, which was gorgeous. And then the garage was converted to a more like normal den without TV and a hot tub. And that place would get steamy if you ran the hot tub.
It was a bachelor pad.
It was a really high-end bachelor pad. That house was 7,000 square feet. It was ridiculous and custom built. So, yeah. And formal dining room. And, yeah, it was something. It was so large, the under-the-stairs closet was large enough that in another house just like it, we never did this, but you could make it into a makeshift bedroom if you need. And people did. Like, just throw a mattress in there and it'd be like, well, anyway. Yeah, that was nuts. He says, yeah, he has to, this is the tramp stamp. He has to explain that every time he takes his shirt off for the rest of his life. And he says he's effed either way, meaning if he took it off or got it altered. Then Jimmy says, I've seen the aftermath of fisticuffs when you and I walked back to the hotel. Yeah, it does remind me of the 80s. That's a huge reason I'm rolling. That fisticuffs they did not get back together after that. Oh shoot! She offered us empanadas tonight, and I totally forgot.
Oh.
I'm sad. Jimmy says, yeah, I do.
I'm like, do you remember that all the guys, he was so popular, and it was the white and blue pearl snap Nika colors. Yeah, Jimmy, for sure, you need to bring all your Western shirts and your boots. Like, you're going to be very popular.
Jan says, hey, I totally understand how cool that is. My first husband had the first Apple computer store in Portland in 1978. See, she gets me. She feels me. So being born in 1976, which is when the first personal computer you could get for home that wasn't a kit came out, to me, like, partially it's my age and partially because I've been in the computer space since I was tiny. There's this, like, home computing and me track. So I'm 48. So is home computing. So the story of my life is the age I was at any point is the age that industry was at that year, which sounds really goofy, but if you live exactly that, there is like this really weird, wow, when I was 5, computers were 5, and what I remember was 5 years of development into that field. And I've been using computers since then, so I'm very aware of it. Janet says, but I'm only here for a minute because she has class. Jimmy says, yeah, that was your boy's birthday night, 12-year Nika rum shots. That's right. Then the 24-year-old birthday and the Metallica cover band Amongst. That's all I got for my clothes. It's fancy stuff. CPU, green screen, wagon trail. Yep. Janet says, nice to meet you, Mr. Home Computing. That's why I've always found that. I used to read like Commodore magazine and stuff back when you used to type in the programs and, still had stuff on tape.
Oh.
This dog is snoring
Clive is
hard.
asleep, and no, he's dreaming, so he just growled in his sleep. And it was pretty loud. I don't know if you guys heard that.
That was surprisingly
loud.
loud.
It was pretty loud. He does that sometimes. He's chasing something.
Yeah. He's a happy dog.
Jimmy, tank tops and shorts on the beach and jeans and your pearl button downs. When we go out to the bars, you're good. That's all you need.
Yep.
That's all you need.
So do you have a date when you're coming down yet, or are you just getting close? It's gotten kind of quiet. See, we caught up. That's the danger.
Yep, we caught up.
Well, when the stores like ours sold those... the magazines. Byte magazine, of course, that was big. Commodore, Compute. I used to read all of those. Jimmy says, I'll see y'all soon.
And you have all the latest info for Poe and all the stuff that he needs to get. Just to make sure that when you travel with him, you have everything you need. Because that USDA certificate that we needed almost derailed our whole trip because it had to be mailed. Oh, sweet!
Nice.
Yay!
Yeah, that's only 2 weeks away. 2.5 weeks. Yep.
Sweet.
Very cool.
Bye, Janet.
Ooh, that dog is smelly. Oh my gosh.
He had another stinker. I'm tapping on his little belly here. I don't know if that's pushing him out.
Wow. This coming week for Poe.
Yep. It's a lot to organize. I had the dogs, and then I also had Scott and the kids, and then I had anything that Paul had left behind. Oh my goodness.
It was a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. We did not get rid of enough stuff.
Not even close.
You're
Janet
welcome,
says bye,
Janet.
and thanks for the birthday wishes.
Bye.
She might be back. She's just going to class. This is early for her. Yeah, that is one of our biggest regrets is the amount of stuff we still have in storage. That's one of the reasons why I warn people so much about keeping stuff.
Yeah, don't keep it unless
stuff.
it has sentimental value. Oh my goodness, the stuff that we have to every time we go back to Texas, I feel the pressure of the storage unit calling to me like, you are going to need to deal with this someday. You cannot leave this like this forever. Yeah.
And just blowing $3,000 a year on it is so painful. Like, we want that stuff here or gone. We don't want it in the storage unit, but we can't get out of the storage unit. So we have this unbelievable expense that just doesn't go away. I was like, ugh. And it's just sitting there. Who knows what's going on, right? When's the last time we looked at it? It's been more than a year. It may be 2 years. We went up and we made an effort. We went up, opened the door, and looked at it and went, oh no. It was so much more than I remembered. There is an episode of the show where I show me closing up 3.5 years ago. I did a time lapse of me putting in the very last items. And it was like throwing the last thing in, pushing the door closed, all on video. So you can find it. It's probably like time lapse storage unit or something like that. And
we've taken some stuff out of it.
Like 1% at most.
But excuse me, there's way too much in there.
Way too much.
And it's 5 people's stuff because Paul's stuff is in there too. And like most of it we have no interest in. Like
right. Almost all of it we're going to go up and leave behind if at all possible.
You're killing me. Ooh.
It's
You're
the
killing
doggy.
me, buddy.
It's very hard to sit with him on your lap for a really long time.
Because he's not big, but he gets heavy after a while. He's got bony elbows. And he's making it so I don't have a choice but to sit back.
2 different storage unit videos. The first one is probably the good one. Yeah, it's so much that like we can't reliably open the door. Like everything in there, you can't take anything out without taking everything out. We're in such a bad position with that. It's so awful, and we don't want most of it. But what do? We need a moving truck to move it. It's so much stuff. We can't take it out in bits, which means that even if we're there and we have a car, like if there's something we want, we can't go get it. If there's there's just no way to operate. We either have to commit to emptying it or not. And so that's where we're stuck.
We need to, and part of the problem, like just sorting things, we need to just concentrate on getting a load of things that we want to donate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it would be really great if we had someone like come and be willing to sell stuff for us. Like, I don't even care about selling it at this point because it's like weight on my shoulders every time we're there.
Brent, it's not going to let you post that, I guarantee. That sucks. It was. So Brent just mentioned there's an interesting post that I made from the World Bank showing the relative growth of economies in North America over the last couple of years. And it just gives you a graphical representation of the area. It is pretty cool. Just go look for it in the community tab on the show, and it's easy to find. I'm pretty sure it's the latest one that's on there. I'm going to open it up right now over here if it lets me, and it's not going to let me. Hold on. Now YouTube's being slow. Come on, YouTube. Wow. Well, we'll get to that eventually. Yeah, it's something like 80% of what we have in the storage unit, we definitely want to donate, and it's just so much of it is so big, so much of it is in the way. It's impossible. Look at this. It just can't click. Having a Mac issue. This is, I can't tell if it's Mac or Firefox, but it's completely frozen. Like this stuff is kind of there. Like I can scroll, but it won't give me a pointer to click with. Here, I can do things. So this tab is working. This one is not. Or it wasn't, yeah. See, it does nothing. It's not reacting. Anyway, well, that's fun. Yeah, that's going to be. The biggest thing is our kids have their toys in there and they really want them. Not to play with because they're old, but it's, you know, they put them in there because they didn't want them to go away. They haven't, but, oh, Brent just discovered the community section. Yes, there's cool stuff in there. Can't figure out why this is not working. Yeah, the storage
So,
unit. That just
yeah, the storage unit is problematic. Don't keep stuff that you aren't really sure that you want, and it's better to just get rid of it before you move.
Yep. You will almost certainly regret anything you keep.
Because the thing is that if we hadn't kept so much, if we had kept some stuff and slowly moved it here, like in luggage, I would have some things that I wish that I had.
Right.
And not have all the things that I really wish that I didn't still own and have in storage. So we were not, and we thought we were being very discerning, and we were not.
Yeah, we pared it down a lot, and we're all like, yeah,
oh my
no,
gosh,
this is the stuff we
did,
definitely want. We want to take all these things with us. No, we didn't. No. It almost sounds like a burden to both of you now. Beware what you accumulate. Oh, it's definitely a burden to us. It's literally a burden. We are trapped with it at this point.
And we gave away so much.
So
and,
much.
We made, I don't even know how many donation runs we made. Like,
oh gosh, yeah.
Multiple times a week we were making donation runs.
Yeah, that was it was a lifetime of accumulation for multiple people. So it really did add up, and that's legit. And to some degree, that's gonna happen as you get older. Oh, there he is. Is he on the show? He is.
Yes.
He's been here the whole time. He's our little mascot. Mascota. There he is. People are going to accumulate. It's going to happen. So much of it, like the charities, we don't care. We tried to give away all of our furniture. Nobody cared. It was rough. Dale says, coordinate with a charity to come get the stuff and have a list of what you want to grab as they load up their truck, maybe. That's not a terrible idea. There's potentially a lot of furniture and stuff in there that, what are we going to do? That's one of the things, I kept from when we started the company in 1999, which, if you've never started a company on your own, bootstrap your own company, you may not realize, as someone who started their own company as a kid, all that stuff, my old desk is super nostalgic. This is the desk that I sat at when we started the company. This is the desk that I took with me when we moved to our first house. This is the desk that I used when we were dating. This is the desk I had when my kids were born. This is the desk that I was at for all these life events. And I had really good high quality office furniture that we bought when the company started. And starting your own company is very different than working at one. When I look at companies I've worked at, sure, I've got great memories of places. But when it's my own company, it's like this really emotional attachment. I was so scared that the company wasn't going to make it. I was so excited that we were doing this adventure. This desk was part of my personal life. And all those desks are in there. And they make no sense to bring down here. They're not going to survive. They've barely survived, 20 years of moving them around as it is. And those are hard things to give up, but they're also really stupid things to bring with us. And there's tons of huge, heavy things in there, a lot of, big equipment. But there is stuff that would be nice to get and bring down, and we just can't get to it. And really, it's so little. By the time we actually got it down to what we want to bring, it is tiny. Mm-hmm. Just sucks. Dale says, Tusk says, how did you discover Nicaragua and decide to first visit?
Ugh.
You want to take that one? Or?
Hang on. No, here, you start talking while I'm adjusting, because I just got rid of the dog. He decided to get down. And
being the ages that we are, of course, Nicaragua was big in the news all through our childhood. So awareness of Nicaragua is not a problem. That was always there. When we were, I think we figured this out to be actually later than we had thought, probably around 2007. Is that what we said? We were watching House Hunters International. Not a huge fan, but it was a good show for finding a lot of places that you may not, you're randomly oh, here's a country I haven't seen someone live in. I wonder what their houses look like, right? And so it was an episode that I think happened in San Juan del Sur. And the things that I remember from it were we were really surprised by just what Nicaragua looked like, what the houses looked like. Not surprised, whoa, that's not at all what I pictured. It's that I didn't picture anything in particular. So just having a view of it was well, that looks nice. Huh. never crossed my mind to consider living in Nicaragua. I don't know why not, but it hadn't. And so that was very much it was one, this kind of shock of that looks cool. But then two, they showed this lifestyle that wasn't necessarily a Nicaraguan lifestyle, although it kind of is. And it was this expat couple, I think, and they went out and they had this huge, outdoor dining room table and invited people over, and we're like, it's so affordable. We have this beautiful home we could never have in America, and now we have all these friends who live here, and they come over to our house, and we have dinner parties and have wine and whatever, and it was like, wow, that was so just meaningful in like this stupid American reality TV fake sort of way, but it really showed parts of Nicaragua that we had absolutely no idea about, and that was really cool. And it gave us this like hope of a lifestyle. Like, whoa, well, we have our own company. Like, maybe that's a place we could end up going. Maybe that's a thing we could end up doing. That could be. You can see why my computer's freaking out over here as we're doing stuff.
Well, I think that the thing about House Hunters International is that everybody now knows how much of it is staged. Like,
Right.
it's a lot of it is so fake, but it introduced the idea of living abroad as a thing that people actually do.
Right.
Like, people actually, and not just retirees, like entire families, like it just, in single people and all kinds of people live in other countries. And it was, watching Rick Steves had given us a desire to travel, and watching House Hunters International put the idea of people really do live in other countries. That is
Right.
something that you can actually do.
It made it feel accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it made it seem like a not completely out there thing, because we both come from families that never moved very far from where they grew up.
Yep.
And my father moved 2 blocks until recently. And so, like, especially in my family, like, living abroad was
Right.
just not anywhere near a consideration.
In my family, in your family, living outside the state was not really a consideration.
Yeah.
My family you could live basically in a bordering state, but it couldn't be very far. And technically, there was a little strip of Pennsylvania in between, but my family's from Ohio, but my parents moved to New York. But they were on the part of Ohio right next to New York, and they moved to the part of New York right next to Ohio. The distance is not very far.
So when we started traveling full-time as a family, and we were trying to decide where we were going to go, because we had this in-between time. We had been in Europe. We couldn't go back to Europe for 6 months because our Schengen visa had to reset, and you have to be out for 90 days. And so we had to go somewhere else for a while. Mm-hmm. And so we were in Panama, and we're like, okay, we like Central America.
Right. Panama
Where
was
else
a
could we
win.
go in Central America?
Yep. And we had to leave Panama because I had to work in the U.S. for a little bit. So we had this block of time in the U.S. that was not long enough to move back, but it was so long that keeping an apartment somewhere else was impractical. It was just an awkward thing. And so
I looked everywhere in the region, and found a house that I liked in Granada, and
Casa Los Arcos.
Yep. And so we ended up deciding to come to Nicaragua for it was under 3 months. It was like
it was
2.5.
just under. We had
Yep.
come for 3 months and then
Yep.
and then ended up having an emergency and leaving slightly before. But yeah, we were doing a cycle without a renew. Back then, I don't think you could renew, or we didn't know that we could.
Yeah,
extend.
we had no idea. We hadn't planned to stay beyond.
Right, because
months.
so our goal when we first had come was to ride out 3 months, have that be done a little bit before the holidays, go back to the U.S., stay with family, ride out the holidays, because that was part of our cycle. Was like, we could be with family, get a lot of family time, get into the new year.
Yeah, except that that Christmas is when we rented the condo on Galveston, and Scott's dad came and stayed with us for a while.
But that was all because of the emergency. That was not because of our plan. Our plan was to go back later and be there with family. But because we were there for a much bigger block of time, we rented an apartment.
We were always planning to rent an apartment.
Always?
Yeah.
Okay. So we stayed in Galveston for a little bit. The winter that we played the Back to the Future Telltale video game, which is amazing, and so when we were leaving Panama, we were just like, let's find a place. And I think I was working in California, and you sent me the link. I was like, check out this house. I'm like, get that house. Like, let's do that.
Yep. So that was in 2015 is the first time we came to Nicaragua.
Yep.
And we traveled all over Nicaragua on that trip. We went all different places, and so we knew we liked Nicaragua as a whole. And I knew that I did not want to live in Granada because it's too hot and there's no ventilation. And too many tourists is how I felt about it. So many tourists.
And it makes you feel like the eternal tourist. Like integrating is so hard. Yep. So that was our initial trip. It was just this idea was planted in like 2007 that Nicaragua seemed like an interesting place. Panama, like many people who are looking at becoming expats, Panama was high on our radar. We were always of the Costa Rica is so high on everyone's radar, we don't want to go there. We wanted to visit, but we had no interest in being in Costa Rica because it was just too touristy, too popular, too American, even as an American who hadn't been in the region yet. But Panama at the time was not that long after kicking out the U.S. and was starting down the path of development. It was very new at the time. They had one enclave that everyone was talking about. We avoided that. And we were in Panama when it was just leaving its Wild West phase.
Yeah. We were only in Panama for a month, and we didn't know anything about the regions of Panama at the time. And we ended up renting a condo that was pretty much an entire deserted complex because of the
really
time of
was.
year. And
Which was actually pretty
August.
cool.
It was August, and there was nobody there. And no, it really wasn't cool. And like it was really deserted.
It was
and there
really
were
deserted.
No restaurants.
That was
And,
not because it was deserted, though. That's because there were no restaurants.
No, there was a restaurant that wasn't open for half the time that we were there because it was seasonal and it hadn't opened yet for the people that rented there.
Which restaurant?
There was a restaurant in the main buildings of the complex.
Not the Lebanese place?
Maybe. No, I thought it was like the store and the restaurant. Basically, the whole place was like shut down because nobody was there for the season. And we didn't have a car all the time because it was the insurance is ridiculously expensive per day. Like it's really cheap to rent the car and the insurance is like quadruple the cost to rent the car. And so we were in such a deserted place. It was just so isolated, and we had friends come to visit, and Scott would go with them and do stuff, and I would stay back with the kids. So because they didn't want to go, or it was just they were doing, Scott and Paul were doing, Scott and our friends, it was Scott and Paul and Bob were doing like business stuff and like doing all and traveling around, and so we didn't go, and I didn't see very much of Panama.
That's true. I mean, I only saw so much more.
I didn't see any of Panama City beyond the DoubleTree and like that one park. Like I didn't see any of it, and I never went into Antigua. You
never went into Casco Viejo.
Yeah,
You went into Panama Viejo with the kids. We took the kids.
One time we went to see the ruins.
Well, how many times do you go to see the ruins?
You had been there, like hanging out and doing stuff.
In Casco Viejo, the place you didn't go, but not that other stuff.
Yeah, but you spent a lot more time in Panama City, is what I'm saying. Like you saw a lot more of Panama than I did, and I just found it boring because of where we were. So like it didn't. It's not high on my list. I was just like, if we stayed in a different place and I saw more of it, but I feel like I was in Panama for a month and I saw nothing. So every time you talk about Panama, I'm like, well, I can't really comment on that because you saw so much more than I did. Which is just one of those things about traveling with kids, because we had been in Europe and so they were like kind of tired and they didn't and the distances were so Like, it took
Yeah.
so long, even though the distance was short, the time was so
The
long.
traffic was outrageous.
Yes.
Yeah, we were about 2 hours west of Panama City.
Yeah.
So, but we went out. We did the Azuero when we were there. We drove and did that area.
Oh, yeah.
That was really cool. We liked
That's
that
true.
a lot.
We saw the end of the road.
Yep, and we went to Valle,
Mm-hmm.
which was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And we did the canal tour.
The canal, the lock tour, was it Flores? What's the name of
There's
that?
a museum at Flores, yeah.
Yeah,
Miraflores.
that's not what it's called, Miraflores.
Yep, Miraflores, the museum there for the canal is really cool. We drove the length of the canal. We went to the old canal zone, the U.S. military, the abandoned military zone. Went and toured that.
That was so weird.
That was
It was
really,
like the
really
jungle
weird.
was taking back all the military
Monkeys
housing.
taking things over, like that was wild. We went to is it Cologne, the city on the North Shore, and checked that out a little bit. And
I didn't go.
oh,
there.
you didn't go to that. We
Nope.
we went to that meeting with a mafia guy. This is actually really funny. I forgot that was connected to that and not to the Locks tour. Paul, who is right here, we got the car today, went and did ended up doing a tour of the Zona Franca in Cologne, and we met with a guy that was looking at hiring us to do a bunch of work, and from Syria. And we left, and like 5 days later, we got sent the newspaper. He flew to Miami for something, and the feds got him in Miami. It was apparently looking for him for racketeering and a whole bunch of stuff. So that was interesting. But Panama it was like enough that it was like, this is really interesting. So we wanted something else in the region, and skipping over Costa Rica, Nicaragua was like the next logical step of what to investigate. So, Brent says, where I'm from in the Midwest, if you move away, you're basically a traitor, which is what I did after high school. Yeah, that was basically what it was like for me. Western New York is kind of like the Midwest, and I moved to Michigan right out of 12 days out of high school, although that was its own punishment. Larry sent me a video of the stadium. Awesome, thank you. Brent says, the hostel vid you did was just great. You guys just mentioned moving around Nicaragua to check out the country. I plan on possibly using hostel living to bounce around for several months. You can definitely do that. There's a lot of nice hostels, a lot of quiet ones all over the country. A few small towns get really hard, like La Paz Centro and Nagarote. Like, you're going to struggle to find anything. But anything bigger than that, you're able to do quite a bit. All the beaches, all the real cities always have hostels, because it's like, if it's like you got to go visit your family in another city as a Nicaraguan, that's what you do. You go someplace and stay in a hostel. And because who's going to spend, like, hotels are much cheaper here, but a hotel is still $60 to $80 a night for a like real hotel with a restaurant and all that stuff. Typically, that's a lot of money to be spending if you're going to be staying 3 nights to go visit family for something.
Yeah, hostels much more economical, and there's the full range of hostels available, too, like all over the country. All of the.
Mm-hmm. It came up because I showed the hostel that we stayed at in Costa Rica the other day, and it was so nice. Someone's like, "Wait, I don't think I know what a hostel is. This is completely different than what I was picturing. Isn't a hostel just a shared room?" I'm like, well, it can be. So I did a video and explained. Yesterday? 2 days ago? It must be 2 days ago. Yesterday was the 4 country. Now I don't know. I can't remember. No, hostel must have been yesterday. And explained, like, this. They can be quite nice. They can have pools. They can have these common areas. And some are party, but some are quiet. Some are all these different things. And a lot of people here, several of the people who are regulars on the live stream have stayed at the Hostel Leyenda in Laborio here in Leon. And it's kind of known as a super chill, very, very quiet hostel that caters to the 50-plus crowd.
Okay.
And so those, like, they get kind of specific, because a lot of the hostels only have, some of them are huge, but a lot of them only have a few rooms. And so they'll have like a really strong vibe in one way or another. Or some of them are out in the barrios, because some people want to stay near their family in the barrios. That can work out really well. Brent says, we'll see how that works out. Yep, I mean, that could be interesting. And just until you find a place for long term. Yeah, it really is. It'll let you potentially get, in a lot of cities, right into the barrio that you might be interested in and see what that barrio is like. waking up there in the morning. What does it sound like? What the options are? Try to go out to eat from that.
Just try to, if you look up reviews, you should be able to get a sense of the vibe of the place, like whether it's all like, the 20-year-old people that are here partying, or if it's, like more chill and relaxed. Because, if you want to stay at a party hostel, that's a vibe. I wouldn't
That'd be
recommend
rough to
it
do that long term.
Yeah, that would be really rough long term because that's not a quiet place where people want to sleep. So
yeah. Brent says, thanks for mentioning the older people in hostels. This will be me.
Yeah, well, actually, I traveled around Ireland and the UK with my niece, and we really, like, one of the places, I'm sorry, there's a mosquito in my face. One of the places that we stayed, you had to be under 40. And I was 39 at the time. And I was like, but it was the cheapest place in an area in London where we wanted to stay. So I snuck in under the wire for that trip and stayed at that place. But most of the places that we stayed, it was 20-somethings. And then I'm going to say people in their 50s and 60s. Like, the mid-range was a little bit missing.
Well,
actually.
Because they normally travel with kids.
Yes, that would be why.
And we do hostels with kids, but we do private rooms.
Yeah. But for this trip, we were doing it cheap. We were like hostel backpacking, and I stayed a lot of different places. And I tried to, like, my niece was only 18, and so I tried to make sure that we stayed places with women-only dorms as much as possible. I think only one time that didn't happen. There was one bed in the women's dorm and one bed in the mixed. So I made the sacrifice and I slept in the mixed dorm, and it was weird because I was in there for literally 5 minutes. When a naked 22-year-old came in from the shower and just started changing his clothes. And he was in a towel at first, and I made sure I made noise, but I was like, yeah, change right in front of me. He did not care. I think they were German, I'm pretty sure. But I was like, oh my gosh, thank goodness it was me and not my niece, because she would have died. She would have died of embarrassment right in that moment. And I was like, I deserve a medal for being the one that is here. Like, I was like, what do you even do in that situation? He knew I was there. But oh my goodness, no shame. I don't know. I guess Americans are prudes, right? Yeah.
You get
an experience.
all kinds of adventures in the hostel world.
You do. Yeah, that was the most unusual thing that happened.
Here, I know a lot of over 50s that do the hostels. So some, like Leanda specifically, is just a very quiet one. But I know a lot that I meet places that are like, no, I stay at like the youth hostels because they're just bored and there's a lot of social activity going on. So they're able to go to the bar with them or go on the tours with them or whatever. And it's just a way, if you're traveling on your own, to kind of be like finding friends and stuff. And so that's...
for sure. Like if you're on your own, that's a good way to just find people to talk to and go out for beers. Just kind of go with the crowd. No, I enjoyed it. It was really interesting. And I wish that I had done it when I was in my early 20s after I had done it at just under 40.
Yeah. Now here in Nicaragua, I've never seen one that has an age limit, but I don't pay attention.
Yeah, I don't. That's the only one that I came across, and it was in London, and so I don't know how common that is.
Well, there is a category actually known as youth hostels.
Yes.
And Americans tend to only think of youth hostels as the hostels. Bless you, salute. But in most of the world, hostel is just which I talked about in the video. It's just a category of things. It's not for the youth, but in the U.S., it is considered to be for the youth. So it's a completely different thing. So that's maybe England has some spillover from that. Yemi says, were you ever fascinated with living in the Caribbean, such as the Dominican Republic? I don't think it ever really, like, we've always been like, oh, that'd be cool to visit, it'd be cool to see. There's a lot of different countries really close to each other. Some beautiful places. The DR, if we were going to live in the Caribbean, I'm sure the DR would be at the top of our list, but it never really hit our radar. I mean, we watch shows on it. We're aware of it. The DR is more expensive. It's more dangerous.
I just don't want to live on an island.
Right. It's isolation is potentially the biggest
and the
problem.
Potential for having to take a boat to leave it in the ocean.
I mean, it's a really big island. Hispaniola is...
What if something happened? No, I mean any island, like any island. Although we lived on Crete for 3 months.
And it's a lot bigger than Crete.
And we did end up leaving it by ferry. Hey, Janet. We did end up leaving it by ferry, and nobody else felt the ferry. We got a cabin, and Scott and the kids slept, and I felt it, doing this all night, and I didn't like it because I'm not a good sailor. So no islands for me. But also, and this is kind of funny, we're not really like beach people, as in go to the beach and swim in the ocean and lay out on the sand and tan. We're like vistas of beach.
Right.
We like a view. We like the sound of the water. I don't want to be in the sun.
Yeah.
So
in general, and this is probably why I'm always so shocked. So many people say to me, aren't you interested in this? Is not what Yemi's asking, but so many people are like, aren't you interested in the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua? I'm always like, why? What positive, I want to go out there and see it. I want to see everything. There's no place in the world I don't want to see because the world's interesting. But when I'm picking a place to live, wasn't it on your radar? How did you manage to pick the Pacific coast over the Caribbean? And I'm like, because I'm aware of what it looks like. There is nothing in the Caribbean that really draws me from that. When people say, oh, we're going to the Caribbean, I have a very, that's not for me, kind of feeling about it. Which I don't know exactly why, but for living, visiting, yeah, I'm sure it's super interesting and fun and cool. I'm all down. But for a lifestyle of loads of tourists, developed Caribbean coastline with resorts and stuff, all those things they just sound awful. That's the last thing I want to do. And we recently did Isla Mujeres in the Cancun area. It was beautiful for pictures. My level of interest in actually living there is a full 0. No interest at all. And it was safe. I'm not saying if you forced me to live there, I'd be like, no. But full of tourists. There's nothing but tourists. Mm-hmm. Everything is just this island of people servicing tourists.
There's nothing real. It's all just
and I feel basically the entire Caribbean is like that. Obviously, Haiti's not like that. DR is not. Cuba's not. But that's about the exceptions. Everything else is just a big souvenir shop on a beach that I don't particularly like. Yes, the water's beautiful, but it's not my style of water. Honestly, the Pacific's not that much my style of water either. It's just better. What I really like is the cold North Atlantic. That is I like big rocks and big waves and not going down to the water, but stepping on the rock. That's what I prefer. I love the ocean, but I like it like that with drizzly rain and stuff. So the Caribbean is as far from what I like of water as reasonably you can get. I appreciate the colors and all that. But no, none of those places have that kind of draw. And of course, DR being the other Central American country, I would love to see it. I'm sure it's fantastic. I'm sure I would love being there. I know that the capital is gorgeous, that there's really interesting areas, that there's nice mountains. It's a big, big island. And I really want to go see Cuba. Big population, loads of culture. Those things sound really cool. But the general Caribbean, the things that people think of as Caribbean living, very, very, very low on my personal radar.
Yeah, me too, pretty much. Good night, Bettis. Before you leave, we always miss people.
Yeah, it's hard because
we're going through an order.
Yep. So TJ says Selena in Granada. Selena is the big hostel, the Selena Alhambra in Granada, right on the plaza. Beautiful, beautiful hostel. And I mentioned it in the video. I think the link was in it because I wanted to people to look at it. He says he thinks they had an age limit on the shared room. That makes sense because they have a lot of private rooms.
So pretty much every hostel in Europe that I've ever looked at has a 18 and above on the dormitories, on the shared rooms. So if it's a 4-bunk dormitory, you can rent the whole thing, and then it turns into a private room, and then you can have under 18. And the reason that I know that is because we took a trip with both of our nieces after our second oldest niece graduated from high school. We went to Europe, and we could not stay in any hostels because she was under 18, and like we were looking to do some of the backpacking stuff. We could have stayed in a shared room, but that would have been weird with the 4 of us. Like that, it would have been okay us staying in like Scott in the men's dorm and us staying in the women's dorm. That would have been fine. But she couldn't because she didn't turn 18 until that trip was over. So it wasn't a consideration. So, and really, if you think about it, it makes sense. It's a liability, and I wouldn't want my daughters sleeping in a room full of strangers that are adults. So I think it's a good idea for safety.
Yep. And I did mention the conversion when you can take the whole room and use it as a private room in the video yesterday. Because that's basically what we did with the one in Costa Rica in San Jose.
Yeah, with our daughters.
Yep. And so it's just a handy private room at that point. But it's nice for the hostels. They can convert them back and forth and just take care of whatever group of people they have. So Brent says no boat, so I guess Ometepe is a no. So she has done Ometepe.
Yeah, I've done Ometepe, and the last time that we went, the water was rough. It was high winds, and it took twice as long to get there and as it normally does, and it was not fun, and I hated it. I hated it, especially because I knew it was longer. I'm like, oh my gosh, look how far away the island is. Like, I was just... Yeah, I had taken Dramamine because I always do, and so I was just getting through it. But it's not fun for me. So yeah, I've been there. I don't need to go back when the water is rough for sure.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit. It's a 45-minute boat ride, and which I like. I think the views are really nice. It's interesting, and I need to get back and film more. People have been asking for more stuff on Ometepe. It's been a little while since we filmed over there. And it's always popular. And there's been a volcanic eruption since the last time. Yeah, Janet says Oregon's beach is perfect for me. Lots of drizzly rain and rugged coast. Yep.
Like Maine.
Yeah, I grew up going to Maine every other year. That was, and the other years were lots of different places. Hey, Chris, what part of Michigan are you from? And TJ says he thinks it was 18 to 45. There was an upper bound.
I mean, if you think about it, over the age of 18 for safety and under the age of 45 in a dorm to cut down on complaints. That is what I think. Oh my gosh! Look what he said. Okay.
Wait.
Don.
So this, here.
Don Timoteo says, I was on a ferry to Ometepe during a storm and the engine stopped and a truck being carried broke loose. I was up there. We were doing this. I was up there on the deck thinking about the tractor trailers that were delivering stuff that were underneath. And I was like, what would happen if one of those broke free? Would it roll if we had a big wave? Would it throw the weight of the ship off? Would it tip over the ferry? That was totally... And Scott was like, and the things that will never happen. And it actually happened on a ferry to Ometepe. I am vindicated with my intrusive thoughts, thinking of every terrible thing that could happen. And now I have a new phobia of something that actually happened, that I already had a phobia about. It actually happened, Scott L. Miller.
There you go. That's why you should take the little ones that don't have cars on them.
Yeah. Traumatized.
Yeah. Last time I came across on one of the small launches, and what? Sorry, I have a message here. You can talk.
Oh, I don't know what you're saying. Chris is from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yes.
Yes, if you take the smaller ones. So Scott actually took a lancha basically back that they make you wear a
only if you're on the
life jacket.
on the outside. There's not every position has to wear a life jacket. There's no side railing, and you're on a bench, and you can flip over or you can stand up and go right over the side, and you'll just go straight over the side.
And I looked at that small boat and said, I am not getting on that boat. I can't do that. And so I took a bigger one. I had to wait longer. It was not a car one, though. It was like motorcycles, yes, but not cars. And the water wasn't as rough that day as it was the day that we arrived.
Right, yep.
But it wasn't really calm either. But it was faster. It was a faster trip because the water wasn't as rough. But yeah, I don't do well with waves, but I knew that was a legitimate fear and not an out there fear that one of those trucks.
How the heck did they not have it chained down?
That one of the trucks could not be secured enough and that it could break loose and then it might run into other vehicles and break them loose and end up with a cascading effect that put too much weight at one end and it might flip. I mean, that didn't happen, but that's where it goes in my brain, Don. And now that has been
and now you'll never not be able to
justify.
You know what I wish they had? I wish the ferries had a nice snack thing on them. Because they kind of did 10 years ago. And now I don't think they have anything. But there should be a little cafeteria thing on that boat and sell coffee and sodas and a number of little heated up snacks and cookies and stuff and tajadas, that kind of stuff. That would be nice. They don't really have that. It's not super long, but you've got nothing to do but walk around and eat food. They should have sandwiches. Like, it would be great. And then you wouldn't be starving when you get to the other side.
There's some vendors that are waiting when you get onto the ferries, though, to buy stuff.
What's the actual safety record of Ometepe crossings? Any sinkings that you've heard of? I've never heard of a sinking.
I've never heard of a sinking. I just have a really vivid imagination, especially for things that I find uncomfortable or frightening, and I can carry them through to their inevitable end in my mind. Like I'm a little bit Eeyore pessimistic about things. Like I really don't like boats. But I've never heard of an actual serious accident.
And if you look at a map, the distance, the ferry pulls out of San Jorge, and I think that's really shallow. And it gets into Ometepe, and I think that's really shallow. And I think there's actually extremely little time. I mean, I'm sure there's a good 20 minutes where you're on a spot where if the boat went down, it wouldn't come to rest before you were, just standing on the top, wondering where to go. I don't know how deep it gets, but that's not the deep part of the lake by any stretch. It's a relatively narrow bit.
Yeah, it's safe.
Yeah.
It's safe. I just...
And you're never out of sight of both shores. The ports can see each other. So while it's a ways away, if there was an emergency, there's always a ferry that can come from both sides to rescue people. And I don't know that they've ever had to, but the distance isn't that far on a relatively controlled internal lake. That there's very little to go wrong.
And really. And like Scott said, there's ferries passing each other, and then there's the smaller boats, so the slightly bigger than a lancha size boats, but they probably call them a lancha.
I think they call them. I think that's its name.
Yeah, those are passing at the same time as a ferry, so there is traffic. There's boat traffic. So even if it did have a problem, like it's not like you would be alone out there. But no, I don't want to spread rumors. I've never actually heard of an actual safety issue with those ferries. I've never heard of an accident at all. Actually, I'm sure there's been accidents. I haven't heard of any. So not anytime recently, and not seriously enough for anybody to be talking about it.
Yeah, it's quite safe. In many different ways. Chris says Grand Rapids, which is cool. Hey, great to have you here. I used to live in Flint, Michigan, once upon a time. Boy, I can feel my voice going tonight. Your live feed length and videos helps me get through working third shift. Oh, that's awesome.
At this point, with your longer videos, the sound of your voice would put me to sleep. Just because it does.
It does. I have a very NPR sleepy voice. Until tonight, when it's all raspy for some reason.
Honestly, I think it's the 23 years of being together. And
Everything
you talk
about
a
me
lot,
puts you to sleep.
so it's like, no, it's that you talk a lot. So like as a defense mechanism, my ears turn off sometimes. So I don't want to hear it because I have them full time.
I don't know. A lot of them hear me talk more than you do.
Yeah.
Yemi's clocking off. Have a good night. Hey, have a good night. Great to have you here.
Good night.
I don't know how late we're going to go tonight. It's a little bit light. I'm feeling a little bit like, and I have a really big presentation tomorrow, so
Okay.
we may not go.
I'm already yawning. What
I know,
time is it even?
It's not.
10:40.
Yeah, it's early for our normal, but a lot of people are signing off. And sorry, Chris. I know you were looking forward to a lot more talking. Oh, Jan's here. I find the conversation interesting, but it distracts me from doing my after-class reports. Aha.
Janet. Work first.
I'm still looking for a car myself. Brent says, me too, thanks guys. I assume he means that he's
Going
looking
to
at
bed.
signing off and not.
Yep.
Well, and I have to, so
Good
one,
night, Brent.
I haven't had dinner yet. Did I have lunch? I think I did.
I don't know. You
I had
had
breakfast.
breakfast.
Yes, I had yummy Nika cheese. Yay.
No, I like yummy Nika cheese. The cheese that you like, this Nika cheese, is not the cheese that I like.
I like
That's the problem.
Absolutely delicious. It's an acquired taste, the queso frito, but it's very. Does Nicaragua have a stock exchange? Real question. Yes, it does actually, and it has a whole 6 stocks on it. Plaza, no. What's a Casa? Wow, my brain is going tonight. Anyway, there's a stock exchange building in Los Robles, but there's only like 6 things on it, and as an American, you really can't do it. Not because of Nicaragua, but because of the U.S. So it's not something you can play with, but it does exist. You could, if you wanted, start a company and put it on the stock exchange. That would be allowed. Janet says, haha, I will be up at 5 a.m. Oh, I got woken up this morning. I was up until 3 a.m. last night with the kids, and I got woken up at 7 because Paul came. And so I only had this tiny window to sleep, and then I was with people the entire day. I never got a break, and was racing to get videos out, racing to do the live stream, and then didn't get lunch or dinner, but I did get breakfast. So I'm both hungry and very tired, and when we're done here, I'm going to go play video games with the kids. They're waiting for me because we are on season 3 of The Walking Dead, which has been fantastic. We're looking forward to that.
Oh, you're going to have to catch me up.
Yeah. And Janet says, 6. That one starts at 5. She's at the lunch in Spain then. All right. Everybody says Casapellas. 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 Yes, Casapellas. You can save your voice if you need to. Yeah, I think I probably do. Oh, they're telling TJ he should look at Casapellas for a car.
Yes.
Yep. Is there anything we have not answered at this point?
Yes. Speak now if we missed your.
If anybody has an important question, let us know. But I think we're going to call it a night. Which is awful because Chris was just like, "Oh, the long live streams are so great," and we're struggling tonight. I have so many meetings going on, and my development team in Bolivia has been pulled a 12-hour day across the entire team today, and lots to be prepared for tomorrow. Jan says, and I'm suggesting that is on the stock exchange. Oh, I think Casapellas is on the stock exchange. Haha, no, you said...
Oh, you said Casa, and then they said Casapellas.
Oh, no, it's Invercasa. That's the place. Literally investment house.
Oh, right.
It's a landmark because it's a giant building at the top of Avenida Los Robles as you go into Villa Fontana, and it's where the Pista Suburbana comes across the Avenida Los Robles. So you turn at Invercasa all the time, and if you're trying to get a super baller office address, you would want to get it in Invercasa. It's I don't know how big it actually needs. I don't know, like how much the stock exchange actually needs in there. It's probably like 2 guys and like some pieces of paper, because there's only like 6 stocks to trade. So I can't imagine that they move more than 1 or 2 trades a day, if that, which is very funny because, I used to work on Wall Street where we would trade millions upon millions of stocks every minute. And then in Nicaragua, it's got to be like, here's 3, here's 2, all right, good, whatever. So funny. Chris says, I'll go back and listen to the beginning. Awesome. So glad we have that for you. Tusk says, good night. TJ says, I'm looking for a car for about $10,000. That's going to be used. Tim I don't know if you were on. Tim bought the Suzuki Alto and managed to get out the door for $12,100 in Esteli. So it's out there. Is that the other? Oh, it's the little dog?
He's rolling around.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Yes.
We're going to go hang out with the doggies. We're going to go hang out with the kids. I'm going to get some food. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Really appreciate everyone who is on. And for our new members, that is really cool. For anyone who hasn't seen, the join button lets you join and get membership in the show. If you want to support us normally, it's buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. Next week on the live stream, Dr. Jorge, our veterinarian, is planning on being on the show, so bring animal questions, medication questions, food questions. Ask him about dog food being made in Nicaragua, what you can get that's local, all that kind of stuff. Just be prepared, because I know some of you, Jimmy, for example, has Poe coming, so everyone's going to have dog questions. And if you're here in Leon, he is the doctor you want to be working with. Oh no,
Sorry.
just as you've arrived, I'm so sorry.
We're tired. Scott could stay. I'm just gonna.
Oh gosh, no, I'm hurting from how tired I am, and I really do want to stay and hang out, but it just can't be done. But you can go back and watch the live stream from the beginning, or watch an old one again. Janice says, I'll ask him about my kitty that needs a second operation. Oh, pobrecita. Yeah, ask him. He's the person to talk to. And TJ says, yes, used cars. I don't know where to get used cars other than knowing someone here. There's stuff, but have not really looked into it. Please go rest. Yes, we're off. I'm going to get some of that leftover food and play The Walking Dead. I hope if the computer works. Not super reliable, that computer. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thanks for joining us. We will see you tomorrow.
Good night.